Hello, friends. Welcome to the 314th episode of the Fake Nerd Podcast. I'm Ryan Leopoulos. I'm real tired, so I don't have a funny intro today, but I do have a bunch of funny and great friends with me, including Sparks Witty.
Yeah, it's me. I'm the Chucklesworth Laffy Lot.
Chuckle Fox himself. We got Ben Magnet.
I just thought about pulling up the Super Mario Brothers phone number. I completely messed up. So yeah, call that number.
Let's go with Brandon T. McClure.
Yahoo!
Yahoo, indeed. We're here talking about some Screams. We got Scre4m and Scre4m. Before we talk about FNP and Scre4m, and those are all real titles that you'll have to deal with. Before we get into some Screams and some Ant-Mans,
We gotta dedicate 20 minutes to talking about how wonderful it is that our Kansas City Chiefs won the Super Bowl. All right, guys. Sports time.
I didn't watch 1 second of it, most because I was at work. But also, I didn't even know it was still going on like an hour ago. So like, that's how much I care.
I would have watched the game, but unfortunately, the rights to the game cycle throughout the big major networks like NBC, CBS, and Fox. This year was Fox's turn to air the Super Bowl, and I don't have access to the Fox streaming network, and also I didn't want to pay to just watch one game. Unlike with Peacock and Paramount Plus, they have other entertainment that does interest me, and I do want to watch. Fox doesn't. So I was watching Scream 4, and after that was done, I would check the score, read the book club, then check the score again, and then try to find all the trailers that I missed.
Yeah.
Ben Magnet, I'd have watched the football game and not read the book club or watched Scream 4 for the podcast had I been able to do so.
Hey, I had this planned out. I knew I wasn't able to watch the game. Had I known I was able to watch the game, I would have made sure to read the book club and watch the movie before the game.
Absolutely.
Of course.
Yeah. All right.
Wait, I do want to clarify. Were you watching Scream 4, pausing Scream 4, checking the score, reading the book club, finish an issue, going back to Scream 4?
Oh, no. So what I did was I finished Scream 4. I watched it in its entirety, no pauses.
Okay.
Then checked the score, read the book club in its entirety, no pauses, then checked the score.
Got it. Okay.
Okay. Like intermission checking. Got it.
And also I need to update my wishes. One of my other holiday wishes is for the Raiders to make the playoffs next year, because that would be awesome for me.
It would be awesome, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So real quickly, Ben, who won?
Kansas City Chiefs.
All right, so we're going to talk about some links right now. While he goes off on that for a bit.
Audio listeners, he's muted.
You dick.
I cracked myself up. Right, so we do have some links in the description that we should get through it before we get on to the Scream 3 and Scre4m. So, hi Mag, happy Sunday to you too.
Hey Mag,
always a pleasure. So we have a couple of links in the description below, such as our Fake Nerds Watch episode on The Last of Us, episode 4. Sparks, Ryan, and a friend of the show, Pi. We're going through The Last of Us episode by episode as it is so far. And episode 4 dropped on video and audio last week.
Yes, it is true. Episode 5 came out early, so we'll probably have that for you a little earlier than normal too. But that's next week. It's Sunday. Yeah. Hey, spoilers, still a good show. Can you believe it?
Great show.
Can you believe it?
Super great. Hear us talk about it and then anticipate us talking about what is essentially part 2 of the section that we're at when we discuss episode 5. And then be on the lookout for episode 6 the following week. And then there will be a week gap before we come back because both Pi and I are out of the country.
And I don't want to talk to myself for an hour. That's weird.
What's interesting is Pi is already kind of out of the country.
No, he's out of the state.
I know, but he's in Alaska. But that's like kind of tangentially the country.
Yeah, ask Puerto Rico if they feel like that counts as a state or not.
All right. Don't mean to get all political on the Fake Nerd podcast today.
No, we don't ever do that.
I will always take a moment to say that Puerto Rico should be a state and not an unrecognized territory.
1,000,000%. Cool. So transitioning, I have a couple of articles on CBR. They still don't have my name up there, so I'm still trying to work that out. I'm still getting paid, which is nice. It's the top 10 Indiana Jones video games, and what was the other one? Oh,
there are 10 Indiana Jones video games, and then more.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of adaptations of just the movies.
Well, that's understandable, but okay, how many of those are Lego titles?
2.
Follow-up question: is the Atari game cabinet a part of the top 10?
I didn't count it.
Not for Temple of Doom wasn't part of it.
That's a
No.
lot of games. That's a lot of games for 5 movies.
That is a lot of games.
I'm a gamer. and
4
I didn't know
movies.
there
The
was
5th
10.
one isn't even out. 4
There
movies.
are-
That's a lot of games.
There are 4 or 5 originals that are just not that aren't based on the movies. They're their own.
There's a couple that are like on the original Xbox. Like one of them's pretty good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's
You know about that one. I just didn't think there were. No, I didn't think there were 10, let alone more than
no.
10.
I also did it. Yeah, that's a lot.
and there are two young Indiana Jones adventure adaptations, and then like I said, just like a bunch of adaptations of just the movies, and then a
No
couple of
shit.
originals.
Good for him.
But yeah, it was a lot of fun to write. There's a ton of research. Yeah,
This one part of it.
that did make it. That did make it.
The Atari 2600 Raiders of the Lost Ark made it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
I
a big
talked-
one of the games.
I talked about your friend Scott Warshaw.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so there you go.
Nice.
Because he did that and then did ET and ruined his career. Anyway,
I mean, he did Yar's Revenge first, and then did Raiders, then did ET. But yeah, and also it's
So-
not his fault.
so I did that. That was fun to write. Did a ton of research for that one, and I think it ended up pretty good. And then I did a 9 non-MCU superhero movie list coming out. That's up now. Things like Kamen Rider and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Mutant Mayhem, things like that. There's a Sailor Moon movie coming out this year. I thought was kind of neat. And then the rest is DC movies. But yeah, that was fun. So you can check both those out. Those are linked below. And until I get my author page finally set up, I'll just kind of link the individual articles as I see fit. Kind of just the ones I'm proud of the most, I think. That's all I got. So on to Ben. 2 episodes of Grayson Live dropped this week. Super Mario World. You're almost done, you said.
Yep. We are almost done with the cleanup. We are getting there. We're just that close to getting done with the cleanup. And then once we're done with the cleanup, who knows? I mean, we and I do know. We've talked about this, but I will say more stuff is coming. And I will also say it's not Super Mario.
Is it Elden Ring?
It's not Elden Ring.
They already did Elden Ring.
Yeah, I did Elden Ring with this guy.
No, that's true.
When
I think you did
it.
What'd you say?
What did you say?
I said, wouldn't you want to be part of that?
That's why I asked if it was Elden Ring.
Oh,
Yeah.
Are we all
Cool.
getting back together?
And then The Dark had a new episode
Yes.
this week, episode 12.
Episode 12, the finale of us fighting our doppelgangers, is up and ready to go. And at the end of that episode is foreshadowing for even more spookier events down the horizon. So give that a listen.
Angstiest comedy show on the internet. It was a
Yep.
joy to listen to, by the way. I really enjoyed those 2 episodes. The doppelgangers were a cool idea.
Nice.
And that's it. That's everything. That's all the links below. You can check them out, of course. Don't forget the Fake Nerd Watch audio feed is fairly new, so if you guys could go subscribe to that one, that'd be cool. We are populating that as the weeks and months go on. Look for a big drop of Loki episodes this week because of Kang's inclusion in Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. So yeah, that's all there. Who wants to go first of the week?
I will.
Do it.
Mostly because I didn't do a whole lot. Media-wise, I've still been playing Final Fantasy. A certain something dropped this week, which we will talk about, and I only played 14 minutes of a Game Boy game that I've been really wanting to play for a very long time, which I will talk about more later in the show. But I finally I finally succumbed, and I got myself a Spotify account. I
Nice.
never had Spotify before. I have it because, as some of you may know, I'm going to the gym again on a regular basis, and the power of Spotify has compelled me to make an awesome nerdy anime opening playlist. So while lifting weights, I could be like, the power of anime courses through my veins.
I did literally the exact same thing when I used to go to the gym when I went for like 4 months.
Nay. But yeah, so pretty much that's it. I mean, I've used Spotify before because Fanny she's a Spotify user, and when we were in the car, we would look up stuff on her Spotify and look at and play it. And I finally just said, you know what? Screw it. I'll just bite the bullet because I want stuff to listen to at the gym. Sometimes my local gym's music isn't, I mean, it's good, but it's not like, the stuff I want to listen to. So I figured, F it. I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to go for it.
Love it.
So
That's awesome.
pretty much that's all I did. I played some Final Fantasy and yeah, that's about it.
Cool. Who's next?
I'll go. I did nothing with any media that wasn't related to podcasts for this network. So I got nothing to share with you. Nothing at all.
What he said. I bought a VR thing, so I played some VR games, but I don't want me to talk about it.
The only thing I did was Titanic, and I've already talked about that a few months ago, the last time I watched it. So
Did you T-pose?
no, I saw it in theaters. Really great, by the way. It was really fun to do it in theaters.
Well, then you do a mini T-pose. You're in the theater. You just like do it like this, and Zara could do the same thing right next to you.
No,
It's only room for
Or
one
not.
T-pose. You can't both.
it's an excellent movie. I adore it. Was happy to see it in theaters.
I will spotlight that that included like picking up a bunch of Phase 4 stuff because we have an episode coming out that we recorded where we talked with Mike about ranking the MCU. And so that's coming out this week. And I put a lot of time into, thinking about that stuff. So that was most of my week. And
Just
you'll
homework.
you'll see the fruits of that soon.
Yeah.
I've already changed it since then.
Loki higher.
Loki's higher. Yeah. Wakanda Forever went down. Yeah.
All right. All right. But yes, actually good tease that is an episode that is coming up this week. You can check that out. We have already recorded an episode with Mike Matola about Phase 4 of the MCU. So look forward to that. Shall we get into the bread and butter then?
Yes, please.
Yes.
I'm running on pure adrenaline right now for some strange reason. So I had a moment where I clicked that. I was like, shit, did I click the right one?
It was right.
You did?
It was my abs all the way.
All right. Some sad news up top. A couple of comic book creators passed away this week. Lee Moder, passed away. He was the co-creator of Stargirl with Jeff Johns, the original comic book. And we actually read that for a book club when the show came out.
Mm-hmm.
He was the artist of that and other books such as Legion of Superheroes, things like that. Passed away 53.
Yeah,
Oh,
I know
that's-
him from his X-Men work because he worked on X Factor. I went to Marvel Unlimited to recheck it out, but they don't have his stuff on there right now. He did like the 100, like late, like 180 issues, and like it's only up to 110. I'm like, that's a bummer. But yeah, he did a Captain America annual that I flipped through after I read this news. He has a very distinct art style. It's the closest I can describe him to someone like Chris Bocciolo. It's very like exaggerated features, so like no character looks the same, which is really, you really love it or you don't love it. And I think it's pretty great.
Yeah, I really liked his art style. It was I think collectively didn't really like the Stargirl comic, but the art was, I remember being a standout.
Yeah, definitely very, very 90s style. Like that
Yeah.
was like very exaggerated 90s edge.
Yeah. And then Chris Brown, the cartoonist who's been taking over, who's been doing Hagar the Horrible since his father created it. And he passed away and passed it on to him. So Chris Brown passed away at the age of 70. And just due to a long illness. No other details to that.
I wasn't very familiar. I knew of this, but like I've never read it or anything.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was like a legacy comic thing. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's a rest in peace.
Okay.
That's a bummer. I mean, it's cool that his dad passed on to him. So, do we know if Hagar the Horrible is going to continue on, or is it just kind of in a limbo right now?
I actually don't know. There was no mention of it in any of the articles I was reading.
That's still a bummer.
Yeah. Hagar the Horrible is a really popular cartoon too. So, I would imagine probably it would. But we'll see. Okay. Moving on to some Disney news. Disney had a stockholder meeting and Bob Iger was just throwing shit out. He was just ready to be like, hey guys, I'm putting things back on track. I'm laying off 70,000 employees. 7.
Yeah.
70,000 would be a different conversation this week about the company.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 70,000. That's like Is it half? No, probably less.
That would be a different
No,
company.
Ben, no, Ben, it's definitely not half of the Walt Disney Company, but it's still a large amount of people.
Hey, 7,000. Nothing to sneeze at.
No.
Walt
What
Disney
happened?
Company covers everything, and everything means also like people who work at ESPN, people who work at Hulu, people who work at 20th Century,
Marvel, Star Wars.
It's a huge umbrella. So like 70,000
right.
would still be like, that's a massive dent. It wouldn't be half, but
Right.
7,000 is still detrimental.
See, what unfortunately happened is I went too high, and so now the 7,000 sounds like a reasonable number. That was not my intention. That was clearly a mess up. Anyway,
it's a Freudian slip, but it happens.
it's not a Freudian slip, actually. But
Oh shit, you're right.
But I appreciate you putting that out there. All right.
Later, I didn't just yell masturbate for no reason.
Mag in point of that said really scary working in any major movie or production right now. Mag, it's scary working anywhere.
Anywhere. If you're in the entertainment, anything, video games, like music, movies, like it's all shit, man. It's awful.
Yeah. Well, in lieu of that, Zootopia 2, Frozen 3, and Toy Story 5 are all in development at Disney.
Zootopia 2 is the only one I'm really interested in, to be honest.
Yeah, me too.
I more or less agree. I'm pretty sure when we did our review of Toy Story 4, I was pretty vocal about the fact that I disagreed with the way they decided to end it. And like I came around on the emotionality of it, sure, but I felt like that was a wrong move.
Yeah.
Undoing it seems even worse. So I'm pretty like, don't do Toy Story 5.
This is one of those things where like it took so long to get an incredible sequel. Like I don't like they can make another Toy Story, but like there are other things I'd rather you do than go back to Toy Story for a 5th time.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Pixar's usually pretty good about we had a good idea, so we did this. Even Toy Story 4, they admitted, like, you know, we had an idea about that was about Woody and Bo Peep, and that's why they wanted to do it. And I'm like, sure, I respect that. I get it.
I wonder if after Lightyear's reception they need to do one for Buzz to make up for it.
Yeah, I don't know. So
to make it his final movie.
Yeah, well, I don't
want that. I'm just saying.
Yeah, Toy Story feels like it should be left alone. It's the one I'm the most like down on, and like it's Pixar, so like it's not going to be a dud, but like it doesn't mean that I'm excited for it or that they should do it.
I mean, part of me does want to have faith in Pixar because we know the Pixar model, they don't just churn out sequels just because they have to. They have an idea for it, so they're going to move forward with it, which they must have an idea for it. Part of me really hopes that this idea doesn't involve Buzz or Woody, maybe involves some other toy, and it's kind of like a soft reboot, maybe. I don't know.
Tim Allen already said in a tweet that like he's excited to get back together with Woody. And like, here's the thing, Ben, honestly, like I don't want a Toy Story movie that's only about one of them. Buzz and Woody are Toy Story. I don't want a Toy Story movie that's about only one of them.
Yeah.
And I also don't want them back together at this point after the way they decided to end 4. So I think it just should be done. I don't know how they're going to get around this hurdle.
What was the third one, Brandon?
Frozen 3.
So
that's fine, but I'm not.
That felt inevitable to me at a certain point that like they would go for a trilogy with it. And honestly, I like Frozen 2 much better than the first one, so I'm open to it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm open to it.
I'm just not like excited.
No, but Zootopia 2 is the most exciting, I think, because that world is so I don't want to say deep, but like it's so
vibrant,
well realized.
It's so rich and full of possibility that I see no reason not to go back to Zootopia. That makes a ton of sense to me.
Yeah, Zootopia. Out of all those, Zootopia also makes sense to me. I'm actually more okay than not with Frozen 3 because it's like cool. I could think of some possibilities off the top of my head. Seeing Anna rule the kingdom as queen, seeing Elsa be free and just doing her powers, having the time of her life, and them either having to come together for some other threat or them actually being a little antagonistic towards each other. Who knows? I could see there's some good story beats in Frozen 3. Of course, like we said earlier, the one I'm not 100% happy about is Toy Story 5.
I don't disagree with anything you guys said. Obviously, I'm also really excited for Zootopia 2. I think that should have been done years ago. I was really excited for Zootopia Plus when they announced that because I was like, okay, finally, we're going back to the world of Zootopia. Happy about that real quickly. And I think that it's really great that we're finally going to go back to that world. Frozen 3, I'm indifferent to. I liked Frozen 2 quite a bit. Honestly, I think the music in it is spectacular. But there's really just if it's good, I'll watch it. But there's really just nothing. Frozen doesn't really hold anything for me. It's just kind of a passive thing for me. So like, sure, I don't care. You want to make another Frozen movie? Sure. Go ahead.
I was just going to interject and say that one of the reasons I think it took a bit to get Zootopia 2 is because it wasn't until Frozen 2 and Ralph Breaks the Internet that they started to break their Disney Animation doesn't make theatrical sequels thing. And that really wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, that's true.
So it kind of feels like Zootopia 2 is probably coming at the right moment.
Sure.
Yeah.
Now,
Mag is also in the comments. You'll probably like this one, Brandon, because Mag also says Zootopia is also fun with the shorts.
Yeah,
I've
Disney
heard
Plus
good things.
series.
I've heard good things about Zootopia Plus. I haven't actually had a chance to check it out myself. But now the thing that I am conflicted with is Toy Story 5. And I heard you guys. I'm with you guys. I remember how Sparks felt about the ending of Toy Story 4. I don't necessarily agree. I actually really liked Toy Story 4. I mentioned it after I watched the movie that my favorite Toy Story is whichever one I'm watching at the time. I think all 4 of them are stupendous. I just adore them all. And I think 4 is very emotional for me. Because it rings so true for me. Like, there's something about Buzz and Woody having to separate that really worked for me because of Bo Peep, and which is always a love story I really liked from the first 2 Toy Story films.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm really conflicted because I'm like, well, yeah, I love all the Toy Story movies. I should be really excited for a 5th one because I have no reason not to be.
Yeah.
But there's always the potential of, okay, well, this one will be the bad one. And I think that's maybe like the further we get, the more Toy Story movies there are, the closer that inevitability kind of sinks in. Like maybe this one's going to be the one that just doesn't work. That doesn't need to have been made.
Because I do agree. Like those are 4 great movies. And like, I really don't want there to be a 5th one that's like, yeah, it's fine. Because that's not what I want that franchise to be. Is 4 movies and a fine one. I want it to be all fun, all great movies.
Right.
And just when you get to 5, like, man, that's a franchise. That's a big franchise at this point.
The fervor that people had over Toy Story 4 being made when they were like, everyone was like, it's miraculous that Toy Story 3 was as good as it was, and it was incredible.
Yeah.
So like, maybe we just let it be, and then Toy Story 4 comes out, and for the most part people are positive on it. But like, I'm positive on it. I have my things about the ending. But there's definitely people who like the movie as a whole just doesn't work for them. I think like, even if we are like, okay with Toy Story 5, I think a lot of people are going to be kind of on the outs with it at this point. And it's a bummer because it's like Pixar's original IP.
Yeah.
And you kind of don't want them to tarnish it too much. And I think like, I have no problem with do as many shorts or bits as specials that they've done. They've done plenty of great Toy Story shorts and specials, Halloween special, all that kind of stuff. Like, do those to the end of time. I'm fine. Doing another film specifically because of what you said you like about it, Brandon, like with Woody and Buzz, like why they had to be apart. Like, you gotta have a real good reason to put them back together.
Yeah, and frankly, that was the thing that really worried me. It was Tim Allen's tweet about, okay, I can't wait to pair back up with Woody or whatever the hell he said. Because when I saw that, I was like, wait, I would actually be okay if this was just a Buzz Lightyear and Jesse and Bullseye and all of them. Like, sure, you want to try and make that work. I'm open to giving that a go. But you're gonna bring back Woody and you risk ruining that, what I think was a really just perfect ending of Toy Story 4.
But it's tough because all the Toy Story movies, Woody's the main character.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah. Like, again, this is what I would love, but I know it's not what Pixar would want. Like, don't call it Toy Story 5, call it Toy Story something else, and it is a soft reboot, and it is a brand new set of toys, and you can cameo the other toys too. But like, if you want to continue your franchise, like, you don't make it Fast and Furious where it goes up to Toy Story 10. Just like offshoot it. You know what I mean? Like, I think that is the best idea, because like, I would love to watch Toy Story movies where it's a bunch of different toys all the time. I think that'd be really inventive. You can do so many more stories with different toys instead of like doing like what these toys are always doing. Not that they're doing like similar things, but you know what I mean? You could do something fresh with a brand new set of toys who are different types of toys. And I just think there's a lot of possibility. And it's like, if you keep going back to the same well, eventually it's going to start to be dry.
Right.
So like I would love for them to Toy Story, Barbie World, whatever, just like whatever. Like I would love to do a spin-off something.
Sure.
But that won't make as much money as the next installment. So
Here's what you do: you set it in the daycare. It's about Barbie and Ken.
Daycare, thank you. That's what I was trying to get to. Something like Toy Story. This is about these characters, and like that's totally cool. We can, the side characters can be main characters.
Can I ask you, how would you feel about this? Because we know Tim Allen is saying he's definitely in for Toy Story 5.
Mm-hmm.
Let's assume that he's jumping the gun about the Woody thing, and that he doesn't actually know that if Tom Hanks and Woody are coming back.
Yeah.
What if he's not playing Buzz Lightyear as in our Buzz Lightyear, but a different Buzz Lightyear in a different set of toys movie? Would you be okay with a different Buzz Lightyear and other toys story?
You know what? Yeah.
But is he like playing the exact same character, but he's just a different?
No, I think he'd be different because he wouldn't be the one who like had the same journey with Woody and everything.
If he's a different character, then yes.
Yeah.
I just don't. I don't want it to be like, I'm his twin brother who's exactly the same character. Like I don't want.
It's a movie about the Buzz Lightyear from the toy shop and 2, who's like dad is Zurg.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I mean, like
they would never do that.
My point being, like, we've had so many mass-produced toys that I'm like, I don't know. There's an avenue where if you were starting a new cast and but you wanted to keep something from the originals, you can have a totally different new idea of what a Buzz Lightyear toy is.
Yeah.
And start from scratch with that, and then a bunch of other characters as well.
I just hope it's not something like Andy's like 30, and then like we need to get the band back together because Andy's too much of an adult, and he's too angry at life. We need to make him young again. We need to make him happy. And I don't want them to become nostalgic.
And he got left at the altar. We need to get the band back together.
I don't want it to become like nostalgia inside the franchise.
Yeah.
Because we're getting to that point where Andy's like a full-ass adult. He's gone. Don't bring him back. You know what I mean?
That's one of the reasons why I liked 4 is that they showed the restraint to not bring back Andy.
And that's what I'm worried about. Because what big reason would you get your core team back together again? It's like for your main boy, for your big boy. But there's a whole lot of speculation for a movie that will probably end up being good anyway. So,
You can only hope. How about let's hope for this one? Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes.
Yeah.
The next Planet of the Apes film has cast Deishan Lockman. If you don't remember her, she's I put down Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Jurassic World Dominion. She's Daisy's mom in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and she's the raptor trainer in Jurassic World Dominion for Sparks.
I know who you're talking about.
She's in the trailer. Like is she piloting something in the trailer?
No, she has the pointer. She has the laser pointer that points the raptors.
I did watch that scene too. She's pretty cool.
She's been in a bunch of things. Like I mean, I primarily know her from Dollhouse, where I thought she played a really cool character. But like I've seen her in a bunch of things. She's a good actress.
Cool.
But she's joined the cast, and we also, with her announcement, got a plot synopsis that I thought would be kind of cool to read. So real quickly, the new Apes movie is set many years after the conclusion of War for the Planet of the Apes. Many ape societies have grown from when the Moses-like Caesar brought his people to an oasis, while humans have been reduced to a pharaoh-like existence. Some groups have never heard of Caesar, while others have contorted his teachings to build burgeoning empires. In this setting, one ape leader begins to enslave other groups to find human technology, while another ape, who watched his clan be taken, embarks on a journey to find freedom. A young human woman becomes key to the latter's quest, although she has plans of her own.
Yeah, we're just getting into those old movies now. We're just like, now they're the dominant society. And this is Game of Thrones, Planet of the Apes. Like that sounds really, really cool. I'm totally on board. All these movies have been great. I'm so glad they're continuing instead of rebooting in 5 years and just doing the same thing over again. Like, no, just keep it going forward. Keep doing it. I love it.
There's really no reason why you needed to reboot these movies either, because Rise of the Planet of the Apes was the first time they ever did a prequel. And so you could always just be like, yeah, those, even if you didn't want to connect it to War for the Planet of the Apes, you could have just been like, it's so far in the past, it doesn't matter that it exists.
Exactly,
because Caesar is in the canon of the original movies.
Yeah.
So you just make that middle movie essentially, and you just be like, yeah, they exist, and we're just doing this one.
Mm-hmm. I love me some apes. I'm excited about it.
Cool. The fourth Riddick movie has finally gotten the green light. It is coming. David Twohy is returning to write and direct. He wrote and directed the first 3 films, and he'll write and direct. And he wrote the script for this one, and he'll direct this one. He also did a couple of other things, but mostly Riddick movies with Vin Diesel. Oh, The Fugitive. He also wrote The Fugitive. It's a good movie.
Oh, the original movie?
The Harrison Ford movie.
Damn, that is like that. I didn't know he was that old because that movie's like way before Riddick.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Obviously Diesel is going to come back as Riddick, and we now know what the movie is going to be about, which is that Riddick is going to return home to Furia, because the movie is called Riddick Furia, a place he fears might be left in ruins by the necromongers. But there he finds other Furians fighting against a new enemy, and some of these Furians are more like Riddick than he could have ever imagined.
They're just a bunch of other Vin Diesel looking people. They're all bald.
Mi Familia.
Yeah. Oh my god, it's just Michelle Rodriguez, but she's bald and she has like black eyes. I know us 3 like the Riddick movies, right? Yeah, I know you like. Yeah, Ben, have you seen the Riddick movies?
I've seen some of them. Yeah, I've seen Pitch Black and Chronicles of Riddick.
Cool. Okay, yeah,
The good ones.
Yeah. Hey, I don't think Riddick's bad.
I don't think Riddick's bad. I just also think it was kind of spinning its wheels.
I don't know if
I won't disagree.
Which is the one with Judi Dench in it?
Chronicles of Riddick.
Pitch Black is like a horror movie, and then Chronicles of Riddick is Star Wars.
Yeah,
they're different
So
movies.
back in college, Brandon sat me down. We watched Pitch Black. And then he sat me down to watch the Chronicles of Riddick. Then he gave me his copies on DVD because he got the Blu-rays. And I haven't seen the third one, so I don't know about the third one.
I think it's worth Katie Sackhoff's in it. Like I think it's worth watching. Like it's a fun action movie. It's definitely not as good as the other ones.
The third one's purpose was to be like, hey, remember Pitch Black? If you like this one, we'll do Chronicles of Riddick again.
Yeah, basically.
That's how it feels too, and that's kind of why I'm like, yeah, but Pitch Black's better.
Yeah.
And that's where I end up. So I hope I don't see this one and go, yeah, but Chronicles of Riddick is better.
Also has one of the best video game adaptations of all time with Escape from Butcher Bay.
I was about to mention Escape from Butcher Bay.
That's some great punching. Ooh, so good.
Yeah, Chronicles of Riddick is honestly underrated. Like it is so wild and bonkers. It's definitely like, I mean, look, I just mentioned necromongers.
I love those.
That's so good.
I'm not gonna say it's like an incredible movie, but the things that it's going for are so cool, and it executes a lot of them so well. And like the world itself is awesome. It's awesome.
I always remember incredible sequences from it, like when he kills a man by breaking the teacup.
A teacup.
Yeah, or when he's counting the lights with his foot and then leans his body up so the guy hits the light.
Yes.
And gets knocked off. I'm like, there's a lot of good.
There's a lot of good
action direction.
The prison planet where like it's like a volcano.
Yeah. If you go out, you melt in the
Oh my god, I love that movie's awesome.
There's the Pitch Black is such an awesome movie, and it's really, really funny that they were just like, okay, yeah, Riddick's not the star of the movie, but now he's the star of the franchise.
Right, yeah.
That was like,
which honestly kind of makes Pitch Black even better, even going back to it and being like, this movie's secretly about Riddick, but it's not about Riddick.
Yeah. I love the Riddick franchise. I really like 3. I thought it was a good time. I was happy to be back in that world more than anything.
There's an anime that's kind of cool.
Yeah,
there is an anime.
Dark Fury, which is in between the two.
Yeah.
The first 2.
I'm down for more Riddick. Like I said, after we watched Riddick, Sparks and I had a discussion. We were like, yeah, this was cool and all, but I want you to do like another Chronicles of Riddick. Like go wild again.
There was always this plan for 2 more that were going to be like about him. The thing is, so the reason the third one is like, I'm like, all right. I mean, like, it's cool. It's got good stuff. I'm not lying about that, but it felt like a backpedal in story purposes of what I really liked about Chronicles of Riddick, because it was like, he's now the guy sitting on the throne of everything at the end of the second one, and then they're like, nah, but like,
and then he just
that's not gonna be a thing. But it's clearly they wanted it to be at first, because the second movie was all about how that shit went with him being on the throne, and then he was gonna go into the Underverse. Like, what? And eventually it was going to get back to his home.
Yeah.
Now we're there. We're going back.
I do think eventually we're going to get to the Underverse again. But real quickly, it's really funny to me that they didn't even have the balls to be like, yeah, he gave it up. Carl Urban betrayed him. Carl Urban came back for a
Who worked with him
cameo.
to betray the other guy.
Yeah, to betray Riddick, and I'm like, that's all you wanted to do? You just wanted to come back just to stab Vin Diesel?
I hope
I respect.
I hope the fourth one starts with Carl Urban coming back once again to get killed by Riddick.
Oh my god, I want to
I
come
was
back.
caught up with it.
You can't kill me, Riddick.
Anyway,
I think that's the only right way to handle it.
Yeah.
I am happy we're going back to the world of Riddick. Bring it on.
Vin realizes Fast and Furious is coming to an end sometime soon. He's like, gotta get that other franchise.
Is
back up.
Riddick Vin Diesel's? No, never mind. I take back what I was about to say. It's obviously Dom. I was gonna be like, is Riddick Vin Diesel's most morally correct character?
What?
And then I was like, no, it's Dom.
Oh yeah, Dom's all about family. He'll drink a beer, but that's not spicy.
I think Riddick is what he was talking about when he said he understands why Tolkien didn't make any more Lord of the Rings movies.
I mean, I hope it was.
America's Tolkien.
He's crazy. I love him. All right, Spartacus.
Yeah,
I am Spartacus.
I'm Ryan.
I'm Brandon. Hey, how's it going? A sequel series is in the works at Stars. Stephen S. DeKnight will return to create this series because he created the first one.
Did anyone else watch this?
I watched the first episode.
I
Dang.
tried.
You
Then I
tried.
stopped.
I know people
What?
like it. I know people really like it.
No,
Okay.
when I say I tried, I mean I started it. I got into like 4 episodes in, and then I just stopped.
You know what
Wasn't for
happened?
Paul.
Sure.
You know what happened? I watched something. I was channel surfing, as it were, back in those days, and I saw Spartacus. I was like, oh yeah, I've heard good things about this. And I saw Jonathan from The Mummy say, can I say that on this podcast? Say a bad, dirty word, and I was like, not Jonathan.
Yeah, he's a bad man.
See, I watched Rome, and I was like, I can't do another one of these so quickly.
That's fair. I mean, like, I get that. I also watched Rome, but like, I thought Spartacus had a different flavor. Here, I want to highlight it real quick. So the whole thing is, I watched all of Spartacus. It's 3 seasons and then a prequel season that was made between 2 and 3. And the reason it was made is because
Is this where the actor?
yes, Andy Whitfield, who like this was his big break.
Yeah.
Being Spartacus was his big break. And like this guy was going to be an MCU star. This guy was exceptional. Like he was just this magnanimous, incredible talent. The show was built around him. He was awesome. And he got cancer and passed away. He was getting sick while they were making the second season. And it's rough. It's just rough. And so he gets replaced, and it's not bad. They do a great job, I think, in casting for him. But it was super, super sad because you were watching a star on the rise at the very beginning, and it's just an incredible show. Even once we lost Andy Whitfield, which was awful, and I'm always sad about it. The main thing that drew me to the show is this is produced by Sam Raimi. And you can feel that to an extent.
It was on Stars, right?
Yeah, it has an incredible cast. It has Lucy Lawless and in the first season, and the guy who played Slade for the Arrowverse.
Oh yeah, man.
He's essentially like truly the best parallel I can give you with his character Crixus as the Vegeta to Andy Whitfield's Spartacus, and like watching that dynamic unfold is chef's kiss wonderful. Gods of the Arena is really actually a cool season. It ends up being that they made in between while they were trying to figure out what to do with the rest of the show without Andy. And they take the Jonathan from the Mummy franchise, his character, and they go back to like when he started getting his gladiators. They make it, a prequel, and it's about him gathering his gladiators and putting the stuff together and like the things that led to when Spartacus entered the scene. Then they follow like a historical trajectory of the stories all the way up to the end for what happens with them. Really, really great show. Highly recommend it. So I really hope that this next thing will be as solid. I really do recommend it. It's not a long show to watch. It's 3 13 episode seasons and then 1 6 or 7 episode season. So I really do recommend it. I think it's a solid show with some incredible performances in it.
I am Spartacus. Did
you see Tonight talked about Pacific Rim Uprising for the first time ever?
No.
Just today, he was someone tweeted that Pacific Rim Uprising wasn't Stephen S. Knight's fault. The reason why it turned out the way it did, and Tonight actually tweeted back, he's like, yeah, we had a script that was going to star Charlie Hunnam, and we started filming with the movie starring Charlie Hunnam, and then he dropped out, and we mad dash scrambled to finish what is essentially just not the movie we started.
And I personally still think that movie's not bad.
Yeah,
I didn't know that. That's incredible.
I thought that was really interesting that he brought that up, and he's never talked about Pacific Rim Uprising outside of just not really liking working at the studio because of Legendary's restrictions on the movie. But that was really interesting to finally read.
I'll have to check that out.
I do highly recommend, like, it's valuable to go back and watch the Spartacus show. Liam McIntyre is who ended up replacing Andy Whitfield for the role of Spartacus.
Isn't he one of the Weather Wizards?
Weather Wizard.
I don't know.
It doesn't matter.
Anyway, great show. I hope for the best. I'm really curious what they do with a sequel series, but I'm not opposed to it.
Is it on Stars again?
Yeah,
it'll be on Stars again.
For a second, I still wasn't even sure if Stars was around.
I feel like a lot more people would watch Spartacus if it wasn't on Stars. Like, if you could watch it on a good streaming app these days, I feel like a lot more people would expose themselves.
I feel like of all like the like HBO Showtime, like Stars is like the bottom one, and not even as bad, but it's just the bottom.
It doesn't have enough shows that get like conversation going around them to justify, like, if you don't already get Stars because of some package deal, you're not going to go out of your way to.
They got Sam Raimi on lock for some reason.
But I hope for the best, because I really do love that show. I thought that was such a good time.
I mean, Stephen Tonight apparently like loves it a lot to come back to it. So like that's cool that he gets to do it.
So yes, Liam McIntyre was one of was the second Weather Wizard in though, because the first Weather Wizard died in the first episode.
You're right.
And then,
You're right. I remember this.
And so he played the second one, but he's also, funnily enough, Captain Boomerang in Justice League Dark Apocalypse War.
That's funny.
Look at that. Multiverse, baby.
Yeah. Spartacus.
I am
good show.
I am Spartacus.
Really great homosexual representation in that show as well.
Oh yeah.
Sparks, real quickly, we're going to keep it on you because we're going to talk about The Flash.
The Flash.
The TV series. This is not the first time we're going to talk about something called The Flash on this episode, but this is the TV series.
Yeah.
The Legends of Tomorrow will be on the show this season.
This is wonderful. It made me sad because, like, the showrunner is talking about how, like, if they'd had a longer season, they were just going to dedicate like 2 whole episodes to essentially wrapping up Legends of Tomorrow on The Flash. And I'm like, yeah, okay, that'd be great. I'm glad they're appearing at all. That's great.
He's talking a lot about, like, yeah, if I had a season 10, I was going to do the Justice League. I was going to do Blackest Night. I was going to do this.
I think that, like, I think there's no reason not to, because, like, this is the last season. Like, it's done. It's coming out.
Yeah.
And, like, yeah, to get people to want to tune in. Like, people, like, I think it is, like, supposed to be a signal called, like, hey, did you tune out of The Flash, but you really like Legends of Tomorrow? They're going to be paid their tribute here in The Flash.
Yeah.
Wherever you feel like you got gypped because your show got canceled, Batwoman, whatever, come to The Flash, because we're trying to do our best to kind of give it the swan song of the Arrowverse that it deserves. And I think that's smart. I think do that signal out there, because, like, maybe, who knows, one day, probably not, the way that Gunn and Safran have been talking about it, but maybe we'll get, like, some final note event of closing out the Arrowverse that really does it justice, because it's we're going to look back on it as this kind of incredible moment in television history. Like, the amount of material that was all being interweaved at the exact same time and connected, it's truly just as impressive as what the MCU did when it started, just on a television scale. Especially the way that it pulled in things like Constantine or Lucifer, or when they did do Christ on Infinite Earth, like having Ezra Miller even show up on it. And
that's a big deal.
And get the moniker The Flash from Grant Gustin. These are important details, and like I think it's going to remain in our minds and in history as, like, what an incredible, like, feat that they accomplished with this show thing. And I don't know if we'll really see television shows do this ever again, something this elaborate. I don't think a network will ever have a week of programming where like 3 shows are all existing in the same universe crossing over. I don't think that'll happen anymore. The age of streaming, I think, is killing that.
It's true.
I 100% agree with you, and I personally feel the same way. It's a miracle that something like Crisis on Infinite Earths even happened. Like, these are television shows on a TV schedule. That's really difficult to coordinate everyone's schedules, to make something like a crossover happen, like Crisis. I have 2 things I want to say about that, which is one, I felt very slighted, honestly, and because Gunn mentioned the Arrowverse as something that went wrong with DC during the old regime, and I'm like, I don't think that was fair. And he was probably just naming names, but like, still, I think the Arrowverse was incredibly impressive, and there were so many passionate people behind it who were just trying to make good DC shows. We talked to Mark Guggenheim 3 times because of the Arrowverse, and every single time he was like, yeah, it's always a fight trying to get these characters that you want to bring in and do them right and want them to do it.
Maybe that's what Gunn was talking about, how like the way that they were doing it behind the scenes was wrong and it was so messy.
Maybe if he wants to clarify that, that'd be great. But like, yeah, he still used Arrowverse and Birds of Prey as the problematic version, talking about the problematic previous regime, and I'm like, that's not fair to me.
To counter that, I think Ryan might have a point, because like that Birds of Prey also was known for like pulling the director back a lot on what they could do with it. So that could be part of what Gunn really intended with it, especially because we know when he like took over, he responded to tweets from people saying like, can you bring back Legends? And he's like, Legends of Tomorrow is a really incredible show. They did something special there. That's just not, that's not what we're handling. That's not our decision.
Right. But the context that he said it in, I'm sure you're correct, and I hope you are. The context that he said it in was like, that statement where he said nobody was minding the mint, like everyone was able to do whatever they wanted. If you smile, he said, if someone smiled at them, they got an IP. They were able to do an IP, and I'm like, that's a weird way to phrase that. But I'm sure there's a more diplomatic way, such as what you guys are saying. Did you guys read? Probably not, because it was on Substack. But did you guys read Mark Guggenheim's post about the Arrowverse?
No, I did not.
Mark wrote a really, really sweet essay about the Arrowverse and kind of what I just echoed of like what James Gunn's comments were, so small as they were, about people who were building this new DC universe with James Gunn, about how the Arrowverse went about, and he felt, I think, understandably hurt that he really worked his ass off to make something like Crisis on Infinite Earths, and it came to nothing. You look at his career right now, and no offense, but he hasn't been able to get a show off the ground since. And that's something that should have made a career, not killed it.
Yeah.
So, but that's all I really wanted to say about that. I think I think Sparks is absolutely correct. The Arrowverse is a magnificent part of history that rivaled the MCU at its height, and it's a kind of a shame in the way it's gone out. But I'm glad that Flash is doing all it can to kind of rectify that, kind of put it out on a high note.
Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, there's definitely low points in that. We've talked about it,
so
like, low. There are some
where none of us are watching the shows anymore.
There's low points. Well, I am.
No, I meant sorry. Besides the ones who are watching,
who just put themselves like, I'll get through. Yeah. I'll get through for the good stuff. Yeah, for sure. But it doesn't change that there are also some absolutely mind-bogglingly high highs that you just never would have thought would have been on TV.
Yeah.
I still think my favorite episode from the Arrowverse in total is an episode of The Flash. It's Enter Flash Time, the one where the bomb's going off. Yeah. And it's an entire episode within like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
It's a great episode. That is a standalone comic book issue. Incredible.
For sure.
It was so reverential towards just like DC television history with John Wesley Shipp coming back to play Jay Garrick. Wonderful stuff. Anyway, but real quickly, Matt Lesher will return to play Reverse Flash.
Mm-hmm.
Thank goodness. I was hoping he'd come back for one more go.
Mm-hmm.
Rick Cosnet will return as Eddie Thawne, and Jessica Parker Kennedy will return as Nora West Allen.
Yeah, so all Eddie and Nora both were in the previous season, so they'll be back again, which is cool.
I like Nora a lot.
I like Nora a lot too. Like Nora justifiably could have had like a 3-season run of her own show. And then Matt Lesher was back on Legends as Eobard at the end of his life, which was really cool. So this will be fun.
Yeah. I really like Matt Lesher as Reverse Flash.
Yeah.
So this, I mean, mostly probably because I really like him in The Mask of Zorro, but still, I always, honestly, whenever Reverse Flash took off his mask and it was Harrison Wells, what's his name, Tom Cavanaugh, I was kind of disappointed. I was like, okay.
I agree with you. I like that guy's Reverse Flash a lot.
Yeah. Spider-Man Noir is getting a live action adaptation on television. So a TV show, a weird way to say it. Oren Uziel, the writer for 22 Jump Street and the Cloverfield Paradox, is going to be the showrunner for the series. Lord and Miller obviously producing through their deal where they're producing everything. That's it.
Oh,
Awesome.
I'm more excited that it's like a Sony Spider-Man thing that's like it's a Spider-Man Noir show on Amazon. Like it's not tied to their shitty universe or whatever. Like it's like its own little thing that's being produced by Lord Miller and written by one of the guys who made one of the funniest comedies ever made. So like I just think it's wild.
Cloverfield Paradox is really funny, you're right.
It is. Hey, that movie, much like movies we talked about, got really, really screwed over with behind the scenes stuff and got turned into a movie after
100%.
filming. So I'm not going to blame the writer for that. I think this is exciting. Spider-Man Noir is a really interesting, weird character. Then it's not Peter Parker, so they can do whatever they want. If it's black and white, that'd be incredible.
I feel like it has to be.
Like I like playing Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions. There's a Spider-Man Noir section. Because you play different, there's 2099 Spider-Man, Ultimate Spider-Man, you play different, they all have different gameplay sections, and that is a stealth black and white like noir detective section, and you're like trying to avoid people, and it's so fun. And I'm like, man, Spider-Man Noir is awesome. So this is really cool. They could have just done, we're doing another animated Spider-Man show, or we're doing, Gwen Stacy or something. Like, no, let's do something weird. I love it.
I'm really happy with this one. Obviously, I really like Spider-Man Noir. I really hope it is black and white. I think Sparks is right; it kind of has to be. The writer has also done things like The Lost City, which is a comedy I really like, and Scre4m 2, which I haven't seen, but Mortal Kombat, which we reviewed and we all really enjoyed on this podcast. So I'm hopeful. I really want to see something like this. This is in the same vein as like Silk, so unrelated to everything else that Spider-Man.
And this Spider-Man has guns and kills people, so I wonder if that will factor in as well.
Yeah, they're saying it's an older grizzled Peter Parker. Not Peter Parker. They said specifically Spider-Man, which led a lot of people to say it's not going to be Peter Parker, but I don't think so.
He's not Peter. It's Spider-Man Noir is not Peter Parker.
I know, but he is a Peter Parker from a different world.
Miguel O'Hara is not technically a Peter Parker, unless that's what you're talking about.
No, Spider-Man Noir is Peter Parker.
Is he?
Miguel O'Hara is 2099.
No, I know, but I thought Spider-Man Noir was a different character.
No, it's Peter Parker.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah, he's still Peter Parker, but so,
With the wind smells like rain. Sorry, I just remember that line from Spider-Verse.
Yeah, maybe they get in a cage to do it.
No.
Nah. Be cool though, but nah.
I don't need. We can have this one be a little more serious.
Do we want to address MJ's comment real quick, just to say that we'll talk about that more later?
Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about
the Flash trailer.
Flash trailer at the end. Oh yeah, thank you for stopping by, MJ.
And also, Mag is still in the chat saying better be black and white and style and having noir themes. I also agree. Oh, yeah. Better have that. But I want to be black and white. If you call us something Spider-Man noir, it's not black and white.
I mean, the early comics weren't exactly black and white, but they were close enough to it that they could really work as a black and white style. What are you looking at, Ryan?
I was like, because I have my noir comics, they're black and white.
No, they're kind of like a sepia tone. They're not. They're really muted. They're really muted colors to get as close to black and white as they possibly could. I have the comics too. I read them. I think they're really great. I love Spider-Man Noir. The most recent one was in like color, and I was like, "What the hell are you doing?" These need to be black and white.
Hard to sell a wide audience on a noir story that isn't black and white because it's not correct to say that all noir stories are in black and white, but that is what the general audience like expects when they hear the word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Moving on. Witches.
With a I or a Y?
With a Y.
Why, but not where you think.
Oh, that's good.
The Scott Snyder Jock series, Witches, is getting an Amazon adaptation, which is going to be animated. Scott Snyder is going to be it. Well, he wrote the pilot, and he'll be the showrunner. Well, he broke the story. I don't necessarily think he's showrunner, but he wrote the pilot. Jock will be the art director, and it will be based on his art style, obviously, as it should. And that's really all we know so far. And the comic will be coming back this year, which he's been saying for the past 2 years. So we'll see.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Yep.
Man, Amazon's just picking up everything. Jesus. This is love it. I love Witches. That is a incredibly gross story with witch weird witch ladies in the forest. I love it. I think it's always great when comic book people get to come in and do their thing. Like Rick Commander did over Deadly Class, like he's doing it now for his own comic Witches. I always love that. That's great. Tom King working at DC movie stuff. Like I love this. I love when it gets to happen.
I'll be really interested to see how they create the sound of the witches in the trees. What they'll come up with.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys take over now because we're going to talk about the Nintendo Direct.
Yahoo!
Give
All
me a
right.
break.
So earlier this week, I want to say Wednesday, we had our fall Nintendo, or not fall. Wow, it is winter. Our winter/early spring Nintendo Direct, where essentially the Direct is talk about most of the games that were coming out in the first half of this year, and maybe a few other things down the line. And we're going to talk about some highlights. So, Ryan, what did you think about the Direct, first of all?
First of all, Ben, I asked you if we could record this live together, and you had prior things to do, which I understand. That is live. But boy, if there was one Direct that I wanted to be in live, to watch live with you, it would have been this one.
Yeah.
It would have been this one.
Me too.
Because it was a 1-2 punch of, wow, here's the things Ben's been asking about for like half his life. And then we're getting confirmed new trailer and release date of the biggest game of the year. I love this Direct, and there's also other games that also looked really cool.
Yeah, I will not lie. The second my appointment was over, I rush over to the website to watch the Direct a little bit, and because it was right before I had to go to work too, and I was bummed because I also agree. My reaction when I'll just talk about the first thing that one of my biggest highlights was the announcement of the Game Boy and Game Boy Advance apps for the Nintendo Switch Online service. The second they announced those, I cheered. And the fact that we're getting Game Boy games, I'm like, cool, that's awesome. And then immediately after that, it was Game Boy Advance, and I cheered even more because those games, those systems should have been on NSO for a very long time. But you know what? Better late than never. They're coming, and the games that are coming up later are actually really good titles, especially for the GBA.
I saw, I didn't see all of them. I know there's a bunch of Pokemon, which is everyone expected, but like, hey, that's nice. You can play. Look, you got your Reds and your Blues or whatever.
Actually, no. The only Pokemon game that's coming it's Pokemon trading card game.
What?
Yeah.
I saw a fake list then.
No, what list did you see? Because there's no
Pokemon on Twitter. Sometimes you get fake lists.
Yeah,
it's a Pokemon trading card game. Look at that. It's a game you've been playing for a while now.
Yeah. It's the Pokemon TCG, and also cool thing with the Game Boy. With the Game Boy One, you could switch the screens to be like the greenish one of the original one, the Game Boy Pocket, which was more crisp black and white, or the Game Boy Color filter, which all of them look really good. The list for the Game Boy Advance games, we're getting the first North American Fire Emblem release, the one that came out in the GBA that introduced North Americans to Fire Emblem, which is also really freaking expensive. We are getting Metroid Fusion, another of the best Metroid games ever made, also really expensive on the secondhand market, and we're also getting F-Zero, but a launch title for The Legend of Zelda: The Minish Cap, which you can go and play right now on your Switch. That was one of the things that made me really excited because I've been wanting to get the Minish Cap. Fun fact, that Zelda game was developed by Capcom, not Nintendo.
That's a fun fact.
Yeah. So with Nintendo putting these up, the only bummer is that the Nintendo or the Game Boy games are behind the paywall. Excuse me. That's a little bit of a bummer. Yeah. But a lot of people on Twitter, especially some of the people who are staunch, like, I'm not going to pay for the expansion pass, that the Game Boy Advance games finally broke them down. They're like, You got me now.
So let's be clear. Everything is behind a paywall. It's just a higher paywall.
Yeah, a higher paywall for the expansion pass. Because there were people who had the NSO already, and they're like, "Oh, I'm fine with just only paying $20 a year." And then when they found about the Game Boy Advance games, they're like, "Ah, damn it, you got me."
Yeah, the N64, like N64 and the Sega, like I think it's Genesis or whatever. Like, those are all behind the paywall that I don't have. I just pay the regular amount, not the extra amount.
Yep.
And but adding again 2 new consoles, I'm like, you're getting there. You're getting to a point where I want to pay that money because that's a lot of games. It's a lot of games.
Yeah, it is, and I already had it, and I started playing the Minish Cap, and the emulation is actually really good. It's
that's
smooth.
nice for a change.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, also it's Game Boy Advance. It's really hard to mess up a Game Boy Advance game.
That's the bigger advantage they have over the other ones that make me like, why would I pay more money for a lower like quality version of the game?
Mm-hmm. So that was obviously one of the big ones. I was really excited because I've been talking about that for years. Should we talk about the big one or should we go into other ones?
Let's save the best for last.
All right, cool. Let's see. We also had more stuff about Disney Illusion Island. That game still looks pretty damn good. Very charming.
I like that first trailer, but like seeing just like how much more gameplay it is, and like, oh, it's just a Metroidvania. It is a Metroid Castlevania type game where you're unlocking new abilities to open paths that you couldn't open before. It has great platforming. The characters look incredible. Oh my god, I love the look of the game. Yeah. Incredible.
I'm kind of surprised to see Disney promoting it very much. Like once the trailer drops, like I get putting it out on the Nintendo Direct, but then like Disney's not sharing it around in any way.
I wonder if they're waiting for it to get like. Do you know when it comes up? And I don't have the release date.
Oh no, not off the top of my head.
Okay, it's in the next 6 months, so I'm wondering if they're gonna like wait to do like a big push right before it comes out. But I agree, like this looks like a great game, and the fact that like they're not pushing it harder is interesting.
Although I have heard one thing, and now I don't know if it's true, but people have been saying it is, and that the 4-player option is local only. There's no online functionality to it. I hope that's not true.
That wouldn't surprise me at all.
Nintendo, yeah, that's what sucks.
Yeah, I mean, but at least with the Game Boy, well, we were just talking about the Game Boy Advance games. Those all include online and local play.
Yeah.
Every single one, include Mario Kart, Tetris, Pokemon TCG, when that eventually comes out, those will have online play.
July 28th.
July, okay. Yeah, they probably want to wait till it gets closer, I'm guessing.
Yeah, probably. But yeah, Disney Illusion, I mean, other than that, Disney Illusion Island does look amazing. Also, I love how they put a lot of care into the characters, like H1, like they showed animation for, it's like, oh, if you're flying as Mickey and Minnie, the animation's going to be different. Like they all have their own unique style of going through obstacles. And I thought that was a neat little thing.
Was it Mario 2 where you have like Peach and Luigi and like they're all like different shit?
Yeah, it was actually.
I got it right.
Yes.
Look at that.
Yes. And also, of course, Ryan, I know you were really excited about this one, Dead Cells Return to Castlevania.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I haven't even played that much Dead Cells, but it's an incredible roguelike action game, and I love Castlevania. So they're not just putting a Castlevania skin over Dead Cells. They are transforming Dead Cells into Castlevania. You are using the weaponry, and you're using the abilities, and you're like doing the throwing axe motions, and you're fighting all the bosses, and the music is all there in remix, and there's like 200 tracks or something crazy. It looks just so good. It looks so good. And the developers made it very clear that like, hey, you don't have to like beat the game to play this mode, because like we don't want to stop people from playing this game if they've never played Dead Cells. So it's just like a new mode that's Castlevania version. It probably won't be like as long because it is like a little DLC thing, but I don't care. I just want to play some more Castlevania.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, and the fact, and just like you said, it's not just like a skin. It's like, hey, we're just gonna put a Castlevania skin over and call it a day. You have Richter Belmont, you have Alucard, you have a bunch of stuff that I'm assuming it's from Symphony of the Night. You have a bunch of different art elements from a bunch of different Castlevania games, and it does look really. And the way the pixel art is for Dead Cells, and from this, just looking at this trailer alone, it looks absolutely stunning.
It's a good looking game. Oh yeah,
it is. A lot of this kind of reminds me a little bit of a Kings of Hyrule, the Crypt of the Necrodancer DLC,
absolutely.
Where it's like, oh yeah, we're not just making you dance to Zelda songs. It's a full-ass game with the Zelda songs.
You reminded me that I never played that game, and that makes me sad.
Neither have I, but I have listened to the soundtrack, and the Gerudo Valley version of Crypt of the Necrodancer is freaking a banger.
That's my favorite Zelda song, too.
Speaking of
favorite things, unless you have anything more to add to this one.
Not for Dead Cells, but are we talking about a certain lady with a cannon on her arm, or the front, or the thing before that?
I'm talking about little Captain and his little friends.
Oh yeah, that one. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's talk about Pikmin 4.
I'm sorry, did you have anything to say for Dead Cells?
No, you guys are
okay. Pikmin 4. I love Pikmin. I played Pikmin 1 and 2 on the GameCube obsessively. And then they waited 10 years to make the third one on the Wii U, so I never played that one. So now we're up to 4, and I'm ready to jump back in. It has the same great gameplay of being a real-time strategy game. You have a bunch of different Pikmin you collect, kind of like Lemmings. There's fire ones, electricity ones, water ones. You use them to solve puzzles, but they're adding new ones like ice. They're adding a dog. You have a dog in this game, and you can just like make them do things. That literally was like, I'm buying this game day one because I have a dog. It's bigger than you. It's a big puppy that you can ride. Couldn't be happier.
It's a dog with 2 legs.
Yeah, it's a cutie patootie.
It is cute. I will not lie. It is extremely adorable. I've never actually gotten into the Pikmin games, like, at all.
Mm-hmm.
Not to say that I think Pikmin's bad. It's just when I would watch people play Pikmin, it didn't really necessarily connect with me.
Yeah.
But looking at this trailer, Pikmin 4 looks absolutely incredible, but it also looks like you're playing in someone's backyard.
It has never been truly confirmed, but it's basically you're on post-apocalyptic Earth.
Oh.
And you're an alien coming way later, and that's why there's these monsters that are kind of like flower monsters. And that's why everything's bigger than you. You are a little person in a giant apocalyptic world, basically.
Huh.
Yeah.
Neat.
Yeah.
But yeah. I mean, look, the game looks great. There's probably something sinister because at the end of the trailer you saw like that big chomper dude. You know, the dude that likes to eat all the Pikmin. Mm-hmm. His eye, it was like Breath of the Wild or the Blood Moon, where his eyes go red and he starts going rah.
Yeah, it looks like they might be doing like a day-night cycle thing where at night, this happens in a lot of games, but like in a night cycle, like they become more vicious and they get red eyes. And you're like, oh, don't go out at night.
Oh, like Breath of the Wild or Final Fantasy 15.
Yeah, or Dead Rising. There you go.
Or that one. All right, let's talk about the other one that made me scream with absolute joy. And something I've been praying and asking for a very, very, very long time.
Fashion
Life. Did it. What?
It wasn't the fashion game? Sorry, what was it?
Yes, it was the fashion game. I'm so happy I could finally live all those years of me watching that reality show. No, it's Metroid Prime.
I heard your scream from my apartment. My apartment, my house. I don't live in an apartment anymore.
You live in an apartment. Yeah, Metroid Prime Remaster, not just confirmed, shadow dropped the day of, digitally. Physical version coming out on 10 days. 10 days from today. From the time of this recording. We're getting Metroid Prime Remastered. And people, the second it came out, people bought it, and everyone is saying it's so damn good.
Yeah, I haven't played it yet, but I watched a stream of like one of the dudes I like to watch stream. And they're calling it a remaster. It is not a remake, but it looks as good as a remake.
Right.
Like it looks like Last of Us remake good. Like the textures, like the Switch can only do so much. But boy, howdy, is that game pushing it to its limit. That game looks incredible for a Switch game. Yeah. And the fact that it's not dropping frames, like it is a what Nintendo game should be, like perfectly polished.
Pokemon.
Sorry,
excuse
Pokemon.
Me. Sorry.
And like it's astounding. Again, like the shadow dropped it. Like the rumor is this game has been done for like over a year, and they didn't have a good place to put it until now, which makes me think that those other 2 remasters are probably coming pretty soon.
Gotta hope so,
because they're working on 4. We know they're working on 4. So now that one's out, they're gonna pump out 2 and 3 in the next couple of years, and we're gonna get 4.
My theory is for the summer direct, we're gonna find out about 2 and 3. Maybe they release 2 and 3 as one cohesive thing. Maybe they won't. But at the same time, the fact that they just released Metroid Prime 1 remaster and we're getting a digital, you could buy it right here, right now. Physical's coming, thank goodness. And the fact that they still haven't forgotten about the Metroid fans just makes me so happy. Because look, Metroid Dread, I love Metroid Dread. That is one of my favorite games. I absolutely adore that game. People have been waiting for Metroid Prime 4 for the longest effing time. And now that I also have a chance to go and play Metroid Prime 1 on my Switch, because I never owned a GameCube back in the day, which is a story I've told 1.5 million freaking times. And to hear that this remaster is amazing. People have been saying if you play it handheld on the OLED especially, it's so gorgeous.
Not just that, they're saying that the motion controls, because it was on they had like a Wii, they made a Wii port. They say the motion controls for this are actually really, really good too. So you can play with the nunchucks. What are they called? Nunchucks?
The Joy-Cons.
Joy-Cons. What are nunchucks? Are with
That
the
was
Joy-Cons.
well, the nunchuck was the Wii U back, or it was the Wii back in the day.
I didn't even have a Wii U. Why am I saying these things?
I will interject just a kind of a bummer note on the game.
Yeah.
Which is that it's a shame that they didn't maintain the credits from Metroid Prime.
Sure.
When you get to the credits of this game, it only credits the team that did the remaster. There are no credits for the. It just says a blanket. The team that made the original.
Yeah.
But it doesn't list names and everything. And I'm like, that's just unnecessary. Why did we do this?
It's an interesting thing because it's a Nintendo product.
So just a note to put out there of kind of shitty that they threw everybody else who worked on the original out of the credits for this game.
That is a bummer.
That's a bummer.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Yeah.
But Metroid Prime though.
Yeah, you can finally play it. This game you haven't shut up about for like 5 years. You can finally play.
I'm thrilled.
I'm happy for you
Because this just means that we're actually gonna get Metroid Prime 4 sometime in the future.
Yeah,
it's a trajectory.
And also a little cherry on top because I was a little nervous because you know how Nintendo likes to do stuff even with the remasters. They like to put them out full price. This one's only $40.
Is it really?
Yes.
$40.
I assumed it would have been 60, 100%.
I mean,
40.
It makes sense because if they dropped it at 60, the price of like a Legend of the Legend of Zelda game when it comes out, like people will be okay. Like it's cool, it looks good. It's also an old game. What are you doing?
I'm just saying some like
Nintendo
is the company that will do it. Is what I mean. So like I'm shocked that they didn't.
Yeah.
Well, they did. Skyward Swords. That was $60.
That's what I mean. Yeah. Look at that.
And people complained about that too. Yeah. So I wonder
because they knew they can get.
I don't think Skyward Sword did the sales numbers that they hoped it would because it was high and expected at the price of a new game. And people are like, "You crazy."
Yeah. Even the one game that I'm gonna put out money for because I really want this collection is Mega Man Battle Network. But the only reason why I'm somewhat okay with them selling the Battle Network Legacy Collection at 60 is because of all the Game Boy games it comes with on the one physical cartridge.
Yeah, sure, that's different.
Yeah, but
even then, that's a little extreme. But that's
yeah, that one I'm less upset about because it's like you're contending. Yes, there's 6 games and from 4 through or from 3 through you have like 2 or 3 different versions of said game, but still those games are still different enough in and of themselves. So okay, I can maybe be okay with a $60 price tag as opposed to buying those physically, which would definitely cost me well over $60 for just 1 and 2.
Oh yeah.
Good point, Mag. The Super Mario 3D games trilogy pack price.
Yeah, that was also because those were just straight ports. Maybe a little bit, especially for Mario 64. Those, they was cleaned up a little bit, but it was like a full boom remaster that I still don't think warranted a $60 price tag, but I am part of the problem because I bought that shit day one.
I think the other thing about it is that, when it is these older games, it would be one thing if they dropped it new, but we know eventually they would lower the price, but they're Nintendo and they don't do that. So it's definitely come out at 40.
They are the worst perpetrators of.
You'll have more people buy it.
The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild 2 is coming out soon, and their first game from 6 years ago is still full price.
Yeah, shit, they used to have something called the Nintendo Selects. This is Dark Moon for the 3DS, and this retailed for $20 because they had the Nintendo Select border on it. Eventually, they was like, "Hey, let's price drop these games," and it's like, you wait forever, guys. It's been out for years. Can you freaking stop?
PlayStation does that too. They have the PlayStation Classics thing. These games are $20, and I'm like, yeah, because the game's 4 years old.
Yeah,
that's how it should be.
Yeah. But also, really quick before we get to Tears of the Kingdom, Mario Kart 8. We know that we're getting Yoshi's Island as a new track and also Birdo and as a character. And we're also getting new characters with more waves down the lane. So that's awesome. So they're adding the roster's bigger, which means we're not going to need Mario Kart 9 for a very long time. I'm okay with that.
They are so smart. So I was listening to, one of the million podcasts I listen to, but they said Mario Kart 8 isn't a live service game, but they're treating it like one and they're making so much money off of it. It's a good product, and if you just constantly release new stuff, people will buy it. And they have they're putting 40, isn't it 40 maps that they're putting out in this season, this collection thing?
48.
That's incredible.
That's a lot of maps.
That's so many maps. That's like four. That's like 2
You
games
can
worth of
play
maps.
Mario Kart forever.
That's a live service game, baby.
Essentially, the way they do it, like if you take the original 48 tracks from Mario Kart 8 from the base version of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, they just double the tracks. So essentially, it is Mario Kart 9.
100 tracks. That's too many tracks.
Almost 100 tracks.
That's what I mean. Like they won. Like that is a game you can still buy for $60, and that is worth that price.
Oh yeah, I mean, or even if you like, once again, I ponied up the money for the expansion pass. I'm getting all those tracks out of the gate.
Oh, that's
I don't have.
Yeah, that's how they get you. That's smart.
Yeah, that is how they get me. That's why I still keep ponying up the money for the expansion. I mean, Fanny wanted it so she could play Happy Home Designer for Animal Crossing, and then I got the Nintendo Genesis the Sega Genesis emulator, which actually that emulation is pretty damn good. Nintendo 64, I've heard improvements of, but now they got me with the Game Boy games. I'm gonna be jumping right back into the Game Boy, and I'm excited.
Yeah, Matt. Yeah, they could have done this for Smash Brothers, but they didn't.
Yeah, and Mag is saying that Mario Kart 8 has been around for more years than Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. He is 100% correctly. And while Smash Bros. Ultimate is done releasing DLC, Mario Kart not so much.
Still sells copies.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Oh, speaking of Game Boy games, Advance Wars 1 2 finally got a release date.
Yeah, so yeah, that was in there too. Yeah.
People thought that was going to be stealth released. That was a rumor, but it wasn't the right game that was getting stealth released.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping it was, but at the same time, it's coming out in April, which is good. It gives me time to save up for it.
Yeah.
But then the big one, the final trailer for The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom, with I can only assume is Ganondorf's voice telling the legions of the dark forces to attack. When I also heard that's the voice of Matthew Mercer.
Yeah.
Which I'm not upset about.
He's in a lot. That guy shows up everywhere.
No, he's in a lot, but at the same time, I'm okay with it. I'm hyped. What else?
Yeah.
What else can I say? We know there's gonna be stuff in the sky. There's probably gonna be more stuff below. Yeah, I mean, yes, it is the same map the same map that we know and love from Breath of the Wild. Some people probably memorize that map better than their own hometown.
Yeah,
but there is more stuff to do. You got the hovercraft, you got the drones, you got all these.
Hold on. I'll be right back. You talk about the hovercraft, Ben. Did you notice that he pulled a tire out of a lake?
I think I did.
That's you're not finding a hovercraft, you are building a hovercraft.
Oh, that's even better.
This game, what's so incredible about this game is, and this is comparable to a game that a lot of people don't like, because for a lot of people, this is a divisive game in the franchise. Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts is a Banjo-Kazooie platformer where the main point of the game is you building cars and boats and airplanes out of random things and using physics and geometry and stuff to make it actually work in like using physics and stuff. That's what this is doing. Because if you remember Breath of the Wild, people were doing the craziest shit by like flinging themselves forward, building rafts and stuff. They saw that and they're like, cool, we want to do that in the game now. So we are going to be building our own cars, our own airplanes, our own boats out of things randomly. Because you see like there's green goo. You're throwing green goo on shit and pushing it together to make things.
Oh.
The sandbox, the creativity this game is going to allow more than that first game is almost exponentially more. And I'm so excited. I didn't think I could be more excited. That first trailer did not show a lot. This trailer, if it is just like, it's not just more Breath of the Wild. It is, we're amping up the open world sandbox of it by 100%. And it's also, there's also rumors that it's not just above, you're going underground too.
I know, that's what I was saying. It's above and below. So it's not just a single plane. It's not just a single plane. You're going up and down. Which
I'm sorry you guys aren't having as much fun as us. We're having a great time.
No, you guys are we want you to.
No, I know. I just wish you guys would put like Zelda.
Oh god. Yeah, because that day come May 12th. That's that's gonna be right after I come back from vacation. Shit.
I mean, the game's not going anywhere.
No, the game's not going anywhere. It's just I was hoping it was gonna come out when I was on vacation, but I'd be coming back home from Hawaii on the 5th. Either way, May 12th, when that game comes out, so many people are gonna request work off, probably myself included.
Yeah, they announced how big the game is. This is the biggest Switch game ever made in terms of file size, which just makes me excited that like, okay, so like it's not the same size game. It is a bigger game. Which makes me really excited.
Brian, do we want to talk about the price increase for this game now, or do we want to wait for?
No, we're talking about Zelda. Right. Yeah. This is the first.
Yeah. This is the first Switch game to be retailing for $70. So it's going to be $69.99 come out at launch. Honestly, people are a little mad about it because it's like, how come all the other Switch games are only 60, but this one has to be 70? Grr. It's like, to me, it's like, you know what? If the content is there, if the content is there, and if it's as big as people say it is, and this thing is going to push my Switch to the absolute limit, it's only 10 extra bucks.
Yeah.
I was going to buy it at 60 anyway. If it's going to be 70 for a base one, I would like a collector's edition, but I know those are going to get scalped to high heaven. I know from experience with Metroid Dread, unfortunately. But if I'm already buying PS5 games at $70, I'm not going to be upset that the biggest Nintendo game ever made at this point is also going to be 70. Okay.
Here's the thing about video game prices. If you're not someone who has paid attention to it for like, I'm not saying I'm old or anything, but like if you haven't paid attention to it like since like the 80s, games have always been around this price. Games should be, quite frankly, more expensive.
Yeah.
For how much money they're putting in, like they're just like big Hollywood movies. Like that's why like movie prices are going up. Like games should be considerably more expensive. In the 80s and 90s, games used to be $100 to $200. Certain cartridges, like they would be $90. Like people were buying Mortal Kombat for $100.
Super Metroid.
It was a different time.
Super Metroid, when it came out in 1994, when it released for the Super Nintendo, was $60 in 1994. Translate that to for inflation, $64 or $60 in 1994 equates to about like 100 something here today's day.
And games,
and that was for Metroid, Super Metroid on the Super Nintendo with no collector's edition whatsoever.
And like old games are great. Like games from the 90s are great, but they are extremely limited and often very short. And now we are getting 200-hour experiences with like incredible graphics. And we are paying we are paying cheaper than when they were 20 years ago. It just doesn't feel like it because we weren't around then.
I mean, realistically, that's market of competition because the consumer's able to be in charge. There's so many options. Like if we only had 2 video game companies, they'd be much more able to set their price, and we just have to live with it.
It's true. That is very true. So it is always a like, who will be the first one to raise their price, and then the second someone does, everyone else follows. That's always how it is. Xbox was the first company to make games $60 from $50, and then literally it happened overnight. How quickly PlayStation was on that train too.
Yeah,
games should be way more expensive. We spent like $15 on an hour and a half movie. Like that's like
depending on your game for sure. Like the indie market, I think the indie market prices itself about correctly, like, because you want those games to succeed and do well, and they're smaller, not smaller in the terms of how much hours they like put in to make the game, but they are smaller in terms of like the length of the game
and scope and stuff,
and scale, but they're still, what they are. But when you talk about like AAA titles, it is like, impressive as it is.
Yeah. And I want to bring up Mac's comment saying that begs the question, will it price hike other future games? I'm assuming he means Nintendo titles. It's possible.
I think only first party. I think like Mario, Donkey Kong, I think that, but I think like Far Cry 7 or like the next like Dance Revolution or whatever will probably be 60.
I would say if like people have been making rumors about Super Mario Odyssey 2 coming out or at least being announced later this year. If it does do that and the file for Super Mario Odyssey 2 is just as or even bigger than Breath of the Wild and they charge it $70, I would accept that. I would 100%, but if it was like the same size as the original Super Mario Odyssey and then they still charge $70, I would be a little miffed about it. I'd be like, I don't know, guys, maybe you should have kept to the original 60. But still, I would say it's still too early to tell. With Breath of the Wild going up from 60 to 70, once again, it's only 10 extra bucks. And we know this game was going to be Nintendo's biggest hit since possibly the original Breath of the Wild. So who knows?
I think, again, this is one of those things where it being Nintendo also factors into like how high that price hike can go, because Nintendo is a company that notoriously will not lower its prices very much at all. Whereas like other games will.
This game will be $70 for its entire lifetime.
Yeah, and if you want it cheap, unfortunately, the only cheap version to get it is via digitally, because sometimes they do have sales on the digital stores for like Mario Day, but it's only for very certain titles and the sales secondhand. Yeah,
GameStop, power to the players.
Yeah, but anyways, Tears of the Kingdom. My final thing about it is, I'm stupid excited. It looks.
So when does it come out again?
May 12th.
Okay, so you got like 2 or 3 weeks to get through Jedi Survivor before.
You're also gonna be like, aren't you gonna be out of town anyway? So like,
Yeah. Well, here's the thing: the Tales of Symphonia remastered game is coming out this week.
Oh, Ben, that's like a 100-hour game too. You're not gonna play that game.
Yeah, and I got Tales of Arise for my PS5 for a steal at $30. Now
One
I'm
tale at a time,
screwed.
sir. Please.
What?
One tale at a time.
I'm trying, but do you know how long I've been wanting a Tales of Symphonia remaster for modern consoles? Years. People will not shut the F up about Tales of Symphonia, and now it's here, and it's like, I gotta beat a few other games first. Which
I'm just speculating, but I think Ben's not going to be on our Jedi Survivor review.
I'll put the time in.
Begrudgingly, I guess I'll do it. I'll play the Jedi game. Fine.
No, hey, I actually want to play the Jedi game. The Jedi, I really enjoyed Fallen Order, and Grayson.
Some of my best friends are Jedi.
Hi, Grayson. He says, "Who needs a life? Let's just load up on Hot Pockets and play games all day."
I wish.
Those were the days.
I wish, but right now, I wish, but my diet will not allow Hot Pockets, unfortunately.
Keto Hot Pockets.
All right.
Right.
I think we've done the Nintendo Direct now.
You guys can jump back in.
Yep.
Solid.
Hi, we're back.
Welcome.
Never went anywhere. We didn't. Did we decide if we were taking this out?
Yes.
Okay. Then we'll go to Shin Kamen Rider.
The anime one already.
We're on trailers.
We entered the trailer park.
Yes. There's a trailer we're not talking about. I don't have a lot to say about it.
Yeah.
I just thought the premise was cool.
Yeah, sure.
Shin Kamen Rider.
Shit, I missed that one.
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's all vibes.
It's all vibes. It's a lot of shots
Okay.
of people and Kamen Riders.
And I love the vibes.
Yeah. Ano's back, baby.
I love watching people walk up to each other over large landscapes shots
I love shots of cities.
in costumes, just straight on at each other. It looks great.
It does. And it's just like so self-serious. Like, I'm just a dude with a cool scarf and I look like a bug.
That's Kamen Rider.
Agent Elvis.
Yo.
If this were a comic, I would definitely read it.
I kind of love this.
Did you?
I did.
Yeah.
I thought it was one of those. It's like, this looks so stupid, but looks so funny.
Yeah.
I do think the humor is actually. I was surprised. Like when I first heard about this a couple of months ago, I was like, okay, why are you doing this? But actually, there's some charm there. The humor works for the most part. Matthew McConaughey is a fun choice for Elvis. I'm actually interested in, which is better than where I was before.
It doesn't look bad, but I didn't find it particularly funny. If this were a comic, I would definitely read it. And I really like Matthew McConaughey. But I'm just being honest with myself, and like with the amount of things come out, like I probably will watch this. But it is a fun premise. It is definitely a premise that's like, that's fun. I do like Elvis.
And it's based on a real conspiracy theory. Is when he met Richard Nixon. Nixon gave him like a badge and was like, "You're part of this now." And Elvis took that to his grave. But conspiracy was that he was actually an agent for Nixon. Yeah,
so that really actually happened, like, because he called Nixon. He's like, "Yeah, I want to be a deputy. Can you make me a deputy?" He's like, "You're Elvis, sure. Here's a badge." And he's like, "Oh, I'm a deputy." And that's the end of that story. But some people are like, "But what if?" And that's actually a fun story.
Mm-hmm.
Strays.
This is probably my favorite This is my most anticipated movie of the year.
Really?
I'm not even joking. It's directed by the guy who did Barb and Star, Go to Vista Del Mar. Ben, it's written by the guy who made American Vandal.
Mm-hmm.
I
love that show.
I love dogs more than most people. I love dog humor. I love rated R humor. This is being produced by Lord and Miller, who are the comedy gods of Hollywood. There's nothing I have bad to say about this trailer. I love Will Ferrell. One of my favorite comedies is Step Brothers. Will Ferrell's one of the only people in the world where he can say dumb shit and it makes me laugh. He's gonna bite a dick off. That makes me laugh. I can't help it. It makes me laugh. Big fan. Fan. I think this looks great, but that's very much a me thing.
No, I agree.
Oh hell yeah!
I really look forward to this.
I wasn't too interested in this when I started the trailer like during the week. I was like, oh, I'll watch this later. And watching this for today, I was like, okay, yeah, okay. We're doing Homeward Bound again. All right. And then he said, I'm gonna bite his dick off, and I was like, I'm in.
Yeah.
The
I
second said, "I'm gonna bite his dick off."
I was in from. I love this guy. Fuck off. Yeah, and I'm like, oh, we're doing this. That's the whole movie. And I didn't like. I love everybody in this movie. The entire cast. Like this just looks like a really, really, really funny movie.
Yeah, or even the part where they eat mushrooms, and then you go to like that one dog, the Lassie dog, and she's all animated, and the sock puppet with the human hands.
That is very much again, like if you've seen the 21, 22 Jump Street movies, like both those movies have excellent drug sequences, and I'm like, yep, this is another added to the list. List.
I am very much. At first, I was like, nah, I don't know, and then I heard, and then like Will Forte was like, no, that's not Will Forte. Who's
yes, it is.
You got it right.
It is Will Forte. Oh, cool.
Will Forte is the owner.
It's MacGruber himself.
Like the whole like fetching is like fetching. Yeah.
FNF, yeah.
FNF.
Yeah. All right.
I think it's going to be very funny. I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm a. Oh, hey, thank you, Grayson. I thank you. You love my Elvis impression.
It's been a very long time since I've seen this kind of talking animation on animals movie, and an even longer time since I saw it and thought it looked good.
Yeah,
and like something I would want to watch. So this is nice.
This takes me back, like when we were growing up, there was like Cats and Dogs,
Dr. Dolittle.
Yeah, we had a bunch of talking animal movies, and then they kind of
Beverly Hills Chihuahua.
No,
that's just
like at least I said a good one.
No, well, at least in Homeward Bound, they didn't move their mouths.
That's true. I kind of prefer it, to be honest.
Yeah.
When they can pull it off, and it's one of the reasons I go back to the Homeward Bound movies and really like them, is because it's all like animal actors.
Milo and Otis, same thing. They don't move their mouths.
It's true. Milo and Otis is another good pull. But I like, especially for a movie like this, like you need it to. It's got I can't quite place why, but it has Good Boys. Is that the name of the movie?
Oh yeah,
it has Good Boys energy.
Jacob Tremblay, little guys.
Yeah,
100%.
And I don't know exactly why, but it just does. And I'm like, yeah, I love that movie. This is fun.
It's like people, in quotations, animals doing things they shouldn't be doing,
right?
In like raucous ways.
Yeah.
When he's looking at a mirror of himself, and he's like, "Wait, looking at me? Like, what do you have?" He's like, I hate violence. Like, that just killed me. I love it. I love dogs."
What was the bit that actually surprisingly got me off guard was when they were humping the gnome, and he goes,
"Tell that gnome you're his daddy." Oh, hi, gnome. I'm your father. It's weird to meet you this way
under these weird circumstances.
That was really funny, honestly.
Like a good time.
History of the World Part 2.
Speaking of a good time.
Yeah. This is probably, there's a good chance this is the last thing Mel Brooks ever makes.
96.
And I'm really thrilled to see all this modern talent work with him. This looks really
so many people. Oh yeah.
I did not know Jack Black was in it. I'm pretty sure because you know
Jack Black is Stalin.
Oh, that's who he is?
Yes.
Oh, that's even better. Because you know how we get thrown like a bunch of names of people who star in this, who star in this thing. You can't read them all. You have to pause it. I never did. And then when I saw Jack Black's name, I was like, "What?" And then he's singing as Stalin. I'm like, I need to watch this. This is amazing.
It was in the first trailer, but again, like the Alexander Graham Bell, like, who is this? Your mother. What's your last name? Bell. It's my mother for sure.
That confirms it.
Oh my god. I love Ike Barinholtz. Like, I'm so excited.
I'm so happy to have Mel Brooks humor in my life again in a new modern way. I'm super excited about it.
You weren't here when we talked about the first trailer.
No, I wasn't. But I agree with everything you guys were saying. I'm thrilled for it. I also really love this release schedule. It's going to be 4 2-episode event nights.
Yeah. There's a bit where it's Taika Waititi as Sigmund Freud. Welcome to my masterclass.
Oh, that's me. Isn't that crazy? I love it.
I think it looks really solid, and I'm actually really surprised, and pleasantly so. There's the bit where Josh Gad is playing Shakespeare.
Yeah,
and he's like, "What about a play where people sing their feelings? Like people sing what they're feeling. Does anybody have a good idea?" And like the way he delivers it is really funny.
The fact that Josh Gad is playing Shakespeare, the second I is like, "What great ideas for the next Shakespearean play?" I'm like, "Oh my god, yes, I'm all for this."
And like I love it. I love that they brought it back from the first from the first movie. It's just like, this is going to be the greatest war in the history of the world, part 2.
That's a good one.
Like, that's really good. I'm really excited.
I think this is going to be a lot of fun. I'm actually really glad it's a series that we get to, again, like, if it is Mel Brooks' last chance, that it's going to be like this big thing of multiple comedic events that are occurring that we get to enjoy rather than just trying to put out one film. I actually am thrilled for that.
Yeah.
We never thought we'd get History of the World Part 2. It started as a joke at the end of the first movie.
Part 2.
Now we just wait for the sequel to Kung Pao Enter the Fist. That's the next one.
Oh God, that's coming, right?
We will be back.
Been coming for like 22 years.
All right.
I don't even know if Oda Kirk's in the business anymore.
Yeah.
Fast X.
Oh my God, guys. There's no world where I could have predicted we're going to retroactively put Jason Momoa in footage from Fast 5 to explain his motives for why he's the bad guy.
Yeah.
And you know what?
I love anime.
It was the right call.
I read X-Men comics. That's every other issue.
I'm thrilled.
So before I say my opinions on this, I want to talk about an interview that I read with Louis Leterrier, who's the director of this movie. He took over for Justin Lin. And when we first talked about Justin Lin leaving and he coming on, I was really trepidatious because it's not, Louis Leterrier has not made any bad movies. He's just never made movies that I absolutely love, right? And I really like the Fast and Furious franchise, specifically when you're going up to 10, like you're ending the franchise. Like, I want you to bring in someone who's got it. And he came in, he's like, listen, I'm not Justin Lin. He went to space in his last movie. I can't do that. I'm not going to try to do that. I know how to be a grounded action filmmaker, and this is the biggest budget I've ever had. So I'm going to try to make a grounded action movie as big as possible. And that's what I felt like with this trailer. They weren't trying to go bigger and ballsier and going to space. It's just a lot more action, lots of more action, and it looks great.
There's a lot of action.
This is almost a 4-minute trailer.
Yeah.
I hate long trailers. I really do. I think the shorter, more condensed you can make it, the more like tight, that to give me a flavor of it. I'm more vibes than anything. But I love this 4-minute trailer because it's like, this is a lot of action. Wow. Everybody's here. Hell yeah. If this is the Infinity War to 11th Endgame in like, to be comparative. Like, this looks like a big ass movie, man. I can't wait to see it in theaters.
This also looks fantastic. I was a little scared about Fast X. I mean, yeah, as Ryan said, they kept going bigger and bad. They went to space. They're doing all this crazy ass shit. And the fact that they're doing all this stuff, like putting Jason Momoa in the footage for 5 and everything. Because at first I was kind of like very nervous about Fast X, especially with all the stuff with Justin Lin. Now I'm like, fuck yeah. I'm ready, baby. Let's go. Let's race. Let's get dangerous.
My wife pointed out something really funny that I think is 100% true, that Jason Momoa just seems to be wearing his own clothes in this whole movie. And I'm like, you know what? That's probably right, because he's a body shape where he probably has to have a lot of stuff made for him. And so he's just bringing his own style to the movie. A big man. I think that's right.
Yeah. You know, how awesome would it be? Hey, they at least save on a budget.
No, for sure.
They save. It's like, hey, Jason, can you bring your own clothes? Yeah, for sure. I can do that. That was a horrible impression of Jason Momoa, but
I really like Jason Momoa specifically in this trailer because I don't think we get to see him have a lot of fun outside of like Slumberland, which for me was like him like really turned up to 11, just having a good time on set. And like delivering a really good performance. And so as a villain, he's very unlike a Fast and the Furious villain who are up until now been very serious.
Yes, they're very stoic, and you're so right. It's what I'm loving. And
so what I'm seeing is he's having fun, like that line where he throws the bomb and like Ryan said, boom. Like, and there's an energy to him that he's bringing where he's matching the heroes at their level.
Yeah.
And I really like that. I really responded to him as a villain, and the rest of the trailer, like I really like seeing the Ryan, you mentioned his interview, but like the practical effects, because there's a lot of practicalities to these action sequences, and it's really nice to see because Fast 9's fine. I really like Justin Lin behind the camera of the Fast and the Furious films in general, just no matter what. But like when you have Dom slingshot from one end of a canyon into another and then do a tumble and destroy the car. That's all CG and fine, whatever. But you can't do that again. You need to do something else. And I think that what Louis Leterrier did was like, I'm gonna come in, I'm gonna play. And I think this turned out a good showing.
Yeah.
On the note that you were saying about like Jason Momoa's charisma as the villain, he's the only one who I feel like, I don't think necessarily they're going to go toe to toe or anything, but like to be in the same circle as we know we're still going to be wrapping up the story between this film and the next one with Charlize Theron's villain. He's the only one who feels like charismatically he's measuring up to that level.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm really, really excited for that. I'm also really glad that we're seeing John Cena back in action with them as well, because nobody was really talking about his involvement in this movie much, and I'm like, I hope that they didn't just bring him in 9 and then kind of loosely drop that he'll have like one action scene. I'm glad he's still a presence here.
Yeah, there's a the speaking of Charlize Theron, what are they doing with that character?
What are they doing?
What's happening?
So, if I had to guess, because we're doing like sci-fi shit, like what's her name? What's Charlize's character's name? Cypher? Is that her? Cypher? Yeah. She's extracting information from her brain to put into her brain.
No, she's a prisoner. She's clearly a prisoner in that scene.
They both are.
Yeah.
They were both captured by Jason Momoa or whoever the bad guy was behind Hobbs and Shaw. If they are gonna just nip that story in the bud too.
I'm just thinking the X-Men.
Keanu Reeves.
You know what?
Did you see what Vin said about who wants to be the big bad?
Yes,
Downey.
I think that'd be actually really fun.
I don't like Charlize was like meant to be the big bad. Like when she was first introduced, they're like, this is the bad guy that's going to take us to the end.
Yeah.
And then she gets captured in her second movie.
Yeah.
Because she's in Fate and then F9. If Chris Morgan were still writing these films, I would have more faith that the plot from Hobbs and Shaw, which he wrote, would carry over. But he's not anymore, and I have a sneaking suspicion Vin Diesel wants to bury Hobbs and Shaw.
That will be like the only regret of this franchise. Like I like Hobbs and Shaw, and like I understand it is trying to be like a more like, oh, it's like we're doing like a superhero thing almost. Like not that the Fast and Furious isn't, but it is going more like sci-fi. Mm-hmm. Don't introduce it if you're just not going to do anything with it.
Well, but that's the thing. That's the thing. I think he's still miffed at The Rock. Yes. Especially after he tried to plead with him to come back in that really manipulative way. Like I think he's just kind of trying to just be like, yeah, it's not because The Rock did that. But also, I don't know if I need Jason Statham in these movies anymore.
Oh, I like Statham. I understand story-wise, but like I like seeing him. I like seeing him. Yeah. Him and Han, I'm actually excited to see him and Han interplay together.
What I will say is like his inclusion, because of where it drops, like this happened with both him and Charlize Theron, where they show up in the trailer, maybe go, oh yeah. This movie's full of stuff, and then somewhere in here is Gal Gadot somehow.
Right, yeah.
I got a feeling like because like I got a feeling that like Statham, unfortunately, probably John Cena.
Can you still feel the love?
Always. Yeah. I got like those characters, like they will probably have like one important scene and they won't be in the movie as much as our main characters. Because at this point, there's like 20 side characters that are really cool, and there's just not enough time for everybody.
Well, I think there is enough time when you think of this as part 1 of 2.
Oh,
so
are they going to do an Infinity War where half the cast isn't really in it as much as the next one?
I mean, you can argue that like 3 characters, they don't have development anyway. They're just there to quip and have fun. So
that's true.
It's not like we need to they need to be there, but it's not like we need to worry about them having an arc.
Talk about Roman and Tesh.
Yes.
They can just be fun. You're right. They went to space. That's their arc.
What's the girl? The new hacker girl?
Oh, I forget her name.
Oh.
Because she plays the same role as Tej, which makes either one or both of them just not needed.
Ramsey?
Ramsey!
Hell yeah, thank you, Ben.
Because I knew it was the same girl who played not Melisandre. She was in Game of Thrones. She was Daenerys' right hand man. She fell in love with the Grey Worm. You know who I'm talking about, Ryan Sparks.
I don't know her name.
That's why we're saying yes.
Yeah, but I was like, but yeah, Ramsey. I'm pretty sure her hacker name is Ramsey.
It is. You're right. Grayson Live in the chat says, wait, is he going to be a Joker-esque villain? Is he going to be bringing mostly chaos that the heroes can build off of? Yeah, kind of. That's what it looks like to me.
It looks like it's like a revenge story more than like a world domination play.
I am super interested in like what exactly is going to be his goal, because like he clearly gets Dom's son, and then he's just got him, and he's like, ha!
It definitely feels like
I don't think he's going to kill a kid. So like, what's he doing?
It definitely feels like I think Grayson might be right. Like where the other villains have had like plots for like world domination, money, or something like that. This is just I'm getting revenge because you killed my daddy. That's all it is. I think that could be the extent of it.
It's really funny because like you took away my chance at a family, and he's like a 40-year-old man.
Yeah.
who just lost his dad.
35.
Well, and all his money.
And all his money. You're right.
Some people have made like what I think is a wonderful suggestion, which is that it's not his son, it's like his number one goon.
Oh,
and his number one goon who was gonna like
inherit.
No, not inherit, but like he was gonna have like he was gonna rise up to the ranks like he's nothing. He had no crime empire to take over or anything. Like all his possibilities for
his
everything.
number one.
And that like he just really liked the guy, and I'm like that's kind of better than just being his son.
Yeah.
Right.
My last thing, but like the shot of the bank vault leaving, and he's just like standing there, and I'm like,
also
that's really good.
Eagle-eyed Ryan caught that Alan Richson is in this, which is great. Super excited for his inclusion.
Yeah. I saw him in they did like a trailer tomorrow teaser where it's like everyone getting out of the whole cast just getting out of a car. And I saw him and I was like, who the hell's that?
Yeah. He's great. I'm
great.
happy for him getting more work.
He's Jack Reacher.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he was Hawk on Titans.
Right. I couldn't remember if he was Hawk or Dove.
Also, Raphael in the TMNT movies where
he was treated terribly.
Where he got got the shit end of the stick.
And I like Brie Larson in this trailer. I'm glad she's there.
Yeah.
I'm excited to have
she does
her
a real
add new
cool
flavor.
Real cool motorcycle stunt where it's like a backwards flip, bing bong, and I'm like, that's pretty sick.
I still think it's Tess O'Connor.
Oh, I'm sure you're right. I don't
Yeah.
think anybody's disputing that. I think everybody thinks that's what it is.
Oh, his sister?
Yeah.
That's cute. That's cute.
The Flash.
The Flash.
It's a real bummer that the star of this movie is a bad person and they need to get help, and everybody deserves to get help. They should not be rewarded for the things that they recently did. I don't want them to continue being in this franchise after they just did something horribly. You know, everyone deserves a second chance, but not a month after you just did some real terrible crimes. That being said, I'm really excited for this movie. I really wish I wasn't. And I honestly, I don't know if I will even see it in theaters, and I'll just never wait for HBO Max. Like, I honestly don't know. I really, this is a very different situation than like a Zachary Levi. This is like, political views are different than you doing some heinous shit.
Right. It does make it hard.
It makes it hard. I think this was a great trailer. I think the action looks awesome. It is like the Flash stuff that I've always wanted to see. I am a Michael Keaton fan. Batman Returns is my favorite Batman movie.
Right.
Seeing him, I don't normally mark out, but like him being Batman, that is incredible. I also love Batfleck. I didn't know both of them would be in this trailer. I am 100% sold on this movie, and it really bums me out because like I know Ezra Miller's gonna continue. Like that's pretty much guaranteed at this point. It feels like because the movie's so good, they want to continue the franchise. It's a really terrible situation. I'm glad it looks like a good movie instead of a bad movie. I mean, everyone else, the Supergirl stuff alone makes me want to see it. To be honest, I
was ready to give this movie so much shit. I was ready to be like, I knew it was going to be bad. I knew it looks terrible. I knew all this. I'm just like, unfortunately, because I know we like try to be more positive on the show. I was ready to be the biggest negative Nancy in the world. Yeah. Watching this trailer, I'm like, oh, damn, I was wrong. And I agree 100% with Ryan. Ezra has done some horrible shit, some really bad shit. Damn it, do I want to wait until this movie comes out on HBO? I'm bummed. I want to see this movie. I want to see it. I want to support Michael Keaton because like the second he comes out and he says I'm Batman, I squeed. The second I heard the theme song, I was like, oh my god.
I'll tell you what, real quick. It's my least favorite thing in a trailer when they do the blackout cuts to make it seem like more intense. Like when he's doing his Arkham dive kick. and it's like black, 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 black. I'm like, that is really annoying, but it still looks incredible. I'm so excited.
It does. I mean, I probably will wait, or I'll probably go see this with Annie because fans probably really want to go see it. But
Hey, this is a person by person thing. You can go see the movie and nothing. It is totally fine, Ben. It is totally fine.
I don't want to support Ezra Miller all that much because I know they've done some horrible things, but at the same time,
here's the thing. Ezra Miller got paid for making this movie, regardless of if you see it or not.
That's true.
True.
Gonna change shit about what they benefit from the film. It isn't
change shit.
And they made this movie before Ezra Miller like went and committed crimes, like as far as the majority of what Ezra Miller's involvement was. So their responsibilities to their actions are tough because the movie was put in a tough position. So this is, weigh that in as you feel you must. A lot of other incredible things going on in this movie besides them.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Real quickly, I do really want to address MJ's comment. We said we would a little bit back a ways. They said about the Ben. Are you gonna pull it up?
Oh, I thought
seeing Aquaman 3. It's about seeing Aquaman 3 after the Flash erasing all the old DC stuff, which is actually going to be Aquaman 2 will happen after this and would still be. Go ahead,
Brandon. As we talked about last week, James Gunn said that Flash doesn't erase everything; it just erases some things. Certain things will continue. So we talked about Viola Davis returning as Amanda Waller, Jason Momoa as Aquaman. If I could pronounce his name at any given time, but the kid is playing Blue Beetle, he'll return most likely. So like not everything, and even like Zachary Levi and Gal Gadot, they've been talking like they have open doors to return. There's just the current plans with those characters or actors yet. So
yeah. If you want to, in general, it's a very comic book thing to be able to change some things but leave other things. To be pick and choose, and they're doing pick and choose rather than a clean slate wipe, and I think that's fine. There's a lot of elements about the previous films that work and that people want to carry over, and there's even some that they're not going to carry over that I think they should have, just because I want to see them, but it's not going to happen, and it is what it is, and we just move forward. If you want to hear us really dig into it, there's an hour and 30 minutes separate discussion about the DC slate that we pulled out from last week's episode is up on YouTube.
Oh, it's up? Hell yeah, love it.
I was going to just say what I think of the trailer, if that's okay. I'm in an interesting position with this trailer because Michael Keaton and Michael Keaton's Batman is not one I love. I like him. I have no real problem with him. It's just I don't have any nostalgia for those two movies. And the Michael Shannon, I like him as an actor, but I don't really care for his Zod either. So I'm in a really interesting position where it's like there's really nothing in this trailer for me. I don't even think it looks. I'm not going to dwell on this too long, but I didn't really care for this trailer personally. It just wasn't really working for me on almost every level. I do like Sasha Cale as Supergirl, though. I think she looks really cool. I'm glad we got the confirmation that she will have a cape, and I think that looks, because a lot of the behind the scenes stuff was without a cape. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. That's kind of my thoughts on it. It's just that I don't know.
It being a Flash movie, like the thing obviously that's most important is like the visuals of the Flash, and I think it nails it. I think there's one specific shot where the Flashes are running to each other and they do like a foot to foot thing that causes this explosion. Incredible, especially on your Xbox TV. Love it. Looks super cool. Him running super fast, the way he's moving through, like it's like the Flash TV show did the best I could with the budget, but like seeing what it looks like with $200 million or whatever, like it looks awesome. It looks like a fast man. Looks like a very fast man.
The Flash ring.
Yeah. Oh.
That looked cool.
I think all the cinematic action looks really, really good. A lot of the stuff with Michael Shannon Zod, I'm actually really thrilled with. I want to see that really bad. This idea of that I just never put two and two together because we heard Michael Shannon was in this, and I was like, I don't know what that really means.
Context.
But I didn't really factor in what Barry's doing is making the Man of Steel stuff go south. And I was like, oh, that's actually genius, especially as like a full circle kind of way of we are now leaving this version of the universe as intact as it was into
We're
something new.
We're starting with the
we're going
first
back to
movie
the-
in the universe.
We're going back to the start of it, and we're taking it and we're twisting on it, and I'm really excited about the Supergirl. I like a lot of the shots. There's this dumb, but I think brilliant at the same time cinematic shot of Batman with Michael Keaton with the fist, and then he pulls it down and she's up.
That's
in the air.
awesome.
He comes down, that all looks so good. Like the cinematic flair. This is the stuff that this is Andy Muschietti, and this is the stuff that I'm like, oh man, you are a good director. You know how to direct around a lot of good scenes, and this looks like visually it's going to be a ton of fun, a real blast to watch. I didn't expect we were going to get a lot of Ben Affleck in his Batman outfit in this movie, but it looks like we will at least get one.
And it's gray
scene.
and blue.
It looks like we will at least get one action scene, and I'm really excited about that.
Yeah.
I like Brandon. Also, don't have nostalgia attachment to Keaton. I like Keaton's Batman a lot, but I don't have the same nostalgia attachment.
Mm-hmm.
I still was like, oh man, this is pretty fun to see Keaton back in the role. I'm super intrigued by how this take is all going to play out.
The most interesting thing to me is that he flashpoints back to the Man of Steel timeline and things change. But also Bruce Wayne, Old Man Batman is there.
Well, he's broken into a different world timeline, because it's the Batman timeline, but by his mom being alive has changed the events to now have this Man of Steel event happen. It's like the universes are mixing more.
Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, okay.
Or I guess you could say on the long scale of the Batman world, eventually Man of Steel's events would have happened.
Yeah.
I guess you could say that too.
Yeah.
But it's not. It'll be interesting. I'm super intrigued.
The
by
thing,
it.
the Michael Shannon of it all, Man of Steel. Michael Shannon, Zod.
Oh, Michael Shannon, Zod, yeah.
Man of Steel is a movie that I think is fine. There's too many Michaels.
No.
Man of Steel, I think it's fine. I don't love it, but I didn't expect to love revisiting it as much as I think I'm going to.
Yeah.
Because now enough time has passed, and that movie's almost 10 years old now, right? It's great. That's crazy. And the Flash is do I wish they weren't doing Flashpoint for the first Flash movie? Yes. But they are very much doing that movie where they're doing the prisoner Superman and stuff. And Gal Gadot was going to be in this movie. Was she going to be the Amazon Queen warrior lady? I really, that would have been great.
And now knowing, what we're doing, I'm glad it's a Flashpoint movie. I really am, because it is providing a clear, concrete for everyone way of we are moving forward with some elements and we are leaving behind other elements, which we need to do so we can get onto a better track, hopefully, for what the DC future is going to be.
Yes.
So it did end up working out. I agree. Flash's first movie shouldn't have been Flashpoint, but it's worked out.
And I also didn't particularly love the script for the Flash in Batman vs Superman or Justice League. I thought that version of the Flash was just a little too annoying. And just going off this trailer alone, I can already tell the writing for Barry is going to be significantly better. He's not as crazy.
One of the things I really wanted to touch on was a positive that I had, which was that I actually think Ezra Miller is turning in a good performance as Barry. I think he's delivering even if the writing is not writing him to be that type of Barry Allen that we saw from Batman v Superman or Justice League. We're seeing him much more. Thank you. Thank you. We're seeing them play a much more subdued Barry Allen, and I think that's really good. I'm happy they went with that direction.
Yeah, and I think it is also to have him be the straight Barry Allen to the younger, more silly Barry Allen, who I still think will probably be like more closer to the BVS version, but still better written, so it'll actually be funny. I'm shocked how excited I am for this, and again, the Flash is not a character he's in my top 20. These are all elements of things that I don't particularly care for, but when it's all put together in this, I'm like, oh wow, this all kind of works for me in this little zone. I'm Batman.
It's now that we're here and I'm seeing the visuals of it and seeing what they're really going for. I said this to Ryan. I'm like, they should have just kept whatever Cavill and Godot's appearances were like. If this is the swan song for this version, then let it actually be the swan song.
If it's ending
these things,
yeah.
If you film them, then leave them in. Do it. Just do it.
I think I told you, Sparks, that I lament that we're getting less and less DVD deleted scenes in our physical media, because like the deleted scenes for this movie are almost more fascinating to me than the movie itself.
Sure.
Yeah, it's a huge bummer that that's kind of the direction that things are going.
Yeah.
When we did it's one of the reasons I was looking at it because Ben has my Scream trilogy Blu-ray set, and I'll never let go of that thing, despite the fact that I've now replaced 1 and 2 with 4K copies, because the 4K copies don't have all the extra scees and gag reels and commentary and deleted stuff. Like, they don't have any of that on the 4K release. And I'm like, man, why do we do this?
They hate us.
If it was already on, whatever. All right, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3.
Time to face
We're
the
gonna
music.
cry.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
gonna cry. We're gonna leave that theater in tears. I know it. I freaking know it.
Hey, shocking report from the Fake Nerd Podcast. James Gunn makes another great movie, it looks like. This has all the elements you'd want in another one of these movies, action, comedy, suspense, sadness. But this being the finale, and we know it's like, it is ending, but probably some sadness. Like, there's just an extra bit of, oh, man. Oh, there's a lot of hugging in this one. Oh, no.
Lila, I think, yeah. The otter. When she hugs Rocket in the trailer, it was the same shot from the first trailer, but like, it still warms my heart.
Yeah. It's just, again, it is so funny that like we're at a point in the MCU where like the High Evolutionary, who is like just one of the dumbest villains, like, so like, but his whole thing of like making like he's the island of Dr. Moreau, but like in a sci-fi version. Well, not that it's not, you know what I mean? Like, he's like a spaceman basically. It looks ridiculous. I can't believe we're going to Counter Earth, and like Adam Warlock is here, and he's going to start as like an antagonist and become a protagonist, because that's how these things happen. It just looks incredible. Looks incredible.
I think this is the first MCU film to be marketed as a goodbye.
Sure.
And that's really interesting to see.
Was Iron Man 3 not? Because I remember everyone thinking it was.
No, I mean, like, I felt like Iron Man 3 is marketed as he's going to be pulled down to his lowest kind of film, but not necessarily this is the end of Iron Man. And like, Endgame is a goodbye movie, don't get me wrong, but I don't think the marketing tried to sell you on that as much as it was like, we're getting the big hurrah, guys, from after Infinity War, come back. Yeah. Here we go. So I'm not saying like we haven't had goodbyes in the MCU. I'm saying this is the first one that feels like it's really marketing to you, like, are you ready to say goodbye to the Guardians? And I'm like,
yeah,
no.
Yeah.
Grayson has a great comment in the chat. He goes, I'm nervous about the final scene in the trailer. We all are, buddy.
Well, here's the thing. I think that's absolutely a red herring. I don't think, well, no, that's not true, because literally anybody can die in this final movie. I don't know. Like, there's
but
like,
it feels like it's going to be a red herring.
It feels like, I don't think Peter's going to die. I think that is a red herring, but
well, yeah, because if when you see Peter being carried at the end of the trailer, Rocket's drinking a smoothie. There's no way Rocket's drinking a smoothie and Peter Quill had just died.
I feel that's probably. I bet you that in the trailer is a sad scene. In the movie, it's like a comedy scene because they just knocked out Peter or something like that. Yeah,
something like that.
But I understand you. I understand you, Grayson. Yeah, it's just like, again, visually looks great. Like, all like focusing more on Rocket and Drax is going to be wonderful. I'm so excited for the return of Gamora, who like doesn't know Peter, but like she might get. You know what would be interesting? Actually, she didn't fall in love with him in the movie. How wild would that be if like?
I mean, at this point, like, kind of the direction they've gone, like, it would be a little insincere if they did.
Yeah, I mean, because I can see
which is why I think the bit with Nebula is hilarious.
That made me laugh out LOL loud.
So funny.
That had me laughing too.
I think
my eyes with black pits. Well, he picked good ones.
I am holding on to my theory that Rocket is dying at the end of this movie.
Sure.
You can hold on to that. I don't think so. I'm not convinced of that, but I get why you are.
There's something about this trajectory that would just make so much sense. Look, I'd be really happy to be wrong, because then Rocket can show up in another movie. But yeah, Rocket obviously is my favorite of the Guardians. So to see him,
sorry, go ahead.
Well, just to see him get to have this kind of spotlight shine on him, and admittedly, he's not had small roles in the first two films, but like, it really feels like in this one he is a like one of the primary characters, center stage, dealing with the plot of the movie. Really excited about that.
Yeah.
I would argue he was with 2, but I understand. I find it unlikely that they'd kill off Rocket, because Rocket and Groot are the easiest ones to transfer over into any other future MCU thing.
Just voices.
So I doubt it, but anything can happen.
I definitely,
Anything
I
can
know
happen.
Drax is dying. Batista is out of the MCU forever.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Honestly, if the movie ended with and then they went off to their home planet and died, I would understand. I was like, yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Or he's just going to subvert all our expectations, and it's just they all walk off into the sunset.
Who knows?
And then a nuke falls.
I'm pretty sure I think that was Alf that ended that way. Anyway,
With a nuke?
no, not the going to the home planet and died.
Oh.
Yeah, it looks really good.
Yeah.
I'm ready to be emotional. Oh, the River Otter. That River Otter.
Yeah,
that River Otter is going to make people cry.
Oh yeah.
She's a great character. I'm glad they finally paid off that blink and you miss it screen in the first Guardians movie that says she's his accomplice. All right, main topic.
Well, real quick, Brandon, before you go, just to let you know, if any of you have any major problems, go ahead and call the Super Mario Bros. At 929-555-MARIO.
That was
He's
great.
been waiting. He's been waiting all night for that.
Did anyone else watch that a little bit?
Yeah.
Besides my... Oh.
And I watched the original one too.
I told Ryan that it had the most illumination gag we've seen from the Mario Brothers movie in it so far, which is the part where she's reading the cue card.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, there's illumination. I see you.
But it
Do
was
the
a
Mario
good gag.
do Mario and Luigi have last names? Is it Mario? Is their last name
Mario and Luigi Mario.
Okay, actually,
No, that is from the Mario Brothers movie. That is canon.
Yeah, from the Mario movie, but according to Miyamoto himself, they're mononymous. It's just Mario and Luigi.
Like Madonna.
I mean, I think they could be polygamous, but you know.
Gross.
Yeah, but because like it's called sorry, Sparks. Was it me or are you laughing about something else?
Oh, he's probably laughing
No.
at me. I don't know.
When Ben said mononymous, I almost meant phenomena. Dovetail from there.
Anyway, I because like I was like, it's called Super Mario Plumbing, and I'm like, is Luigi's last name Mario also? That was really cute though. I really enjoyed watching that. The gag that got me was when they're cranking the pipe, looking so serious at this camera.
Yeah.
That was very funny.
Actually, Ben, you probably might be the most able to agree with me on this. It had a lot of gumball energy.
It did.
Like it felt like a gumball 30-second gag that they did.
Totally did.
Like literally Gumball and Darwin have done shit like that, and like they're both doing the head bob thing as they're doing it. I was like, this is some heavy duty Gumball energy here.
Yeah. That little snippet was great. People have been like, Ryan, when you retweeted it, a guy mentioned that they redid the Super Mario Bros. Super Show theme into this little commercial. And that just continues the fact that the people behind this movie, they're going, no bit of Mario is untouchable. They're going full ham. If you love Super Mario Brothers, we are bringing everything that we can. Like I even looked on like the little website because I'm part of the mailing list or on Twitter because the account added me and say, hey, here's the thing. And I actually went to the website. It's like a legit real website for a plumbing business.
Welcome, Ben.
No, shut up. No, but I said like I was scrolling through down to testimonials and you see like ones from Spike, who was their old boss, and a bunch of other reviews that aren't that good. Like the mom reviewed it. I said it before, I'll say it again. I'm super excited for this movie. I'm super happy. I cannot wait.
Let's go.
There were a bunch of teasers, but they're all under a minute, and I don't think are worth it. I don't get out of bed for less than a minute. All right, main topic.
Since we did that real quick, there is a Super Bowl spot version of Fast X that if you didn't watch it, it has a wild as hell action piece revealed at the end of it that was not in the full trailer.
It is
What is
somehow.
it?
It is pretty sick.
Dom's driving down a dam. I'll say that.
Oh, I did see that. That was really funny. because
There's one thing you screwed up on. You didn't take my car.
it was quite frankly that line that sold me on the movie, because like the first trailer, yeah, oh, whatever, I'll go see it. I'm gonna go see all of these, but like it was that line where I was like, oh shit, I love this.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just thinking about it.
It's like so stupid and so perfect for the movie. Okay. Anyway.
The Indiana Jones teaser looked really cool too. It's when John Rhys Davies just yells, "Go give him hell, Indiana Jones!" I'm like, yeah, Sala.
That's great.
He does confirm that Mads is in the future and the past, which I was kind of just hoping he was in the past. But like that's fine. More Mads is never a bad thing.
I mean, like, I really like the line. We met before. I remember you. Have we met before? Yeah. Are you still a Nazi?
Yeah.
It's a pretty good line.
It is.
Indiana Jones, my favorite Nazi punching hero.
Not Ant-Man?
We'll get there. Main topic?
Yep.
What the fuck?
Just that laugh too.
For the audio listeners, Ryan, when we came back from the intro, Ryan had a skull just waving at the screen.
It's the Scream skull.
There's one thing you guys forgot to get rid of my car or whatever the hell it is. Let's talk about Scream. I've decided to give up on the bit halfway through that. Let's talk about Scream 3 and Scre4m, otherwise known as Scream 4, otherwise wrongly known as Scream 4.
That's true.
Let's get into it with Scream 3, Sparks, because these are your favorites. Not these are your favorites, but this is your favorite franchise, one of them at least. Let's talk. Why don't you get us started?
Sure. I love the Scream franchise. Love it. I wish we could have talked about Scream 1 and 2 for forever, because there's so many things you can dig into that we just didn't have time to. But we're here. We're going to do Scream 3, Scream 4. We're going to start with Scream 3, and we're just going to stick to that. And I think this is the bottom of all 5 that have come out, but I still think it's actually good.
Yes.
And for that, it's like, that doesn't usually happen in horror franchises. So that's pretty nice. Like, I'm like, this is the worst for sure, but I still think it's enjoyable and watchable, and there's things I like about it.
Yeah.
So let's add some context real quick up front. Kevin Williamson is the writer for Scream and Scream 2. In many ways, Scream is not what it is without Kevin Williamson. Like, Wes Craven is a director, and he gets what matters about the performances out of the actors and allows the actors the freedom to kind of make the characters who they are. That is part of what makes it iconic, but the script comes from Williamson, and Williamson did 1 and 2 really amazing scripts. But when it came to 3, Williamson was too busy and dedicated to other projects, including Dawson's Creek, which he was one of the creators for. And so that left him off the table for doing this. So a man named Aaron Kruger came in and...
Excuse me?
Brother of Freddy Krueger.
So it's spelled differently, but so Aaron Kruger, fun fact I forgot to mention last week, and I totally was mad at myself for not mentioning it, but Ben pointed out that there's the Fred Krueger cameo in the first Scream. Do you know who that is?
No.
That's Wes.
Oh,
yeah,
good makeup.
Anyway, so Aaron Kruger comes in and writes the script for Scream 3, and it's not based off what Williamson's treatment was going to be for Scream 3. He kind of takes it in his own direction and brings all these new ideas. And I'm not saying that that's bad. There were a lot of good ideas here. In fact, there are some ideas in Williamson's original 3rd film that I didn't think would work. Another important part of context for Scream 3 is that I think that one of the reasons this is a weak watch is that it has the least inventive deaths. And part of that is that you just most of the time don't see them. Like the violence happens off screen. There's actually a reason for that. This came out in 2000, and the year before, and while they were making it, was Columbine. And there was a lot of discussion around like media and media effect on violence. And since that was something Scream was actively commenting on, the studio wanted them to pull back on the violence that was shown on screen. So that's one of the reasons why long term the deaths I think are just kind of all in this film. That's part of it. That's kind of centering the conversation around that context. We'll bring up Aaron Kruger again for Scre4m because Williamson wrote the whole script for Scre4m, but had to leave partway through the production due to working on the Vampire Diaries, which is another show that he created. And he'd already promised to work on that. So he was actually like double dealing and splitting away from Vampire Diaries just to try and do Scre4m. He didn't end up getting to get everything for the script out. So the ending and a couple of other beats of Scre4m, they actually also come from Kruger. So we'll get into that a little later as well. But that's important to know about, like, why does this movie feel so weird in comparison to the other two? It's both the factors of the time, like the Columbine thing, and it's the change in writer, which changes the voices of not as much the characters as much as I feel like the show, it's the movie itself.
It has a different feel.
Its pop culture references are not as smooth or wry or witty as the first two films.
Yeah.
And we'll kind of get into that, but like I've given enough setup. I think I'm fairly positive on this film while acknowledging there's a lot of problems. There's a lot of problems with it. I want to hear Ben first. I think Ben, you first exposure to it. What was your impression?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I could see after watching Scream 4, I could definitely see why people would say Scream 3 is a low point. We'll get into it, but I love Scream 4. I absolutely loved that movie.
Stoked to get to that one for sure.
Yeah, that one. Whereas Scream 3, I still liked. It was. There's still a bunch of parts, a bunch of things from like the previous movies that obviously make it into this one. It's like it's not a Scream film without the killer coming back to life at the last seconds only to get shot or killed for reals. But I mean, I could see why. I was actually more surprised about all the celebrity cameos. Like Jane, Silent Bob were in this one. I did not know Patrick Warburton was in this one.
Threw me a little bit. The Jane, Silent Bob one.
Yeah,
it always does.
Yeah, I mean, I can see why, because you're right. A lot of the action, because I come for the Scream movies. Well, now I'm coming not just because I'm watching because it's like it's homework for me for the show, but now one of the things I do enjoy about the Scream movies is how the killer kills people. Like in the first movie when he crushes the best friend in the garage door, and I guess and also just like the on and off again romance between Dewey and Gail. That was I
started this movie and I was like, wait, they're not together yet.
Yeah,
they still broke up between the two movies because I forgot a lot about this movie.
Yeah, and all in all, yeah, I can see why this is on low, but still, it's a fun trilogy. It's still something that puts a. Honestly, what I like about this movie the most is how they really take the movie angle and run with it.
Sure,
as it is kind of like a horror movie within a horror movie, sort of.
Yeah, so. Absolutely. While watching this movie, this has a reputation of being the worst Scream movie, and I haven't seen it in a while. I kept waiting for it to get bad, and it just never got bad. It never hit the highs of Scream 1 and 2, but it is a perfectly serviceable perfectly horror movie. In terms of Scream, it's the weakest Scream movie, but like this is a better horror movie than a lot of other horror movie sequels are. If this movie is better than a lot of other like horror franchises in total. Like this is a good horror movie that has all the style stripped of it. I still think it's a good horror movie. It just doesn't have any of the things that makes it super impressive like the first two movies have. But that's also not true because I still think some of it is really fun. Like it still has like the movie stuff I really do enjoy. The thing that I like least about it is I just think the killer is incredibly weak. And for it being a trilogy ender, it just doesn't really work for me. I just think the character who they choose, it's like I like the idea. I think the execution is just like,
sure.
But it's not.
I thought I knew who the killer was right off the bat in like the first maybe 20 or first half hour of the movie, and then when the killer is revealed, I'm like, I'm not 100% sure about that.
Who did you think?
How I feel. I thought it was the actress playing Sydney.
Yeah. I for a bit I did.
So initially, when Kruger came on and took over and Williamson wasn't going to be part of it. It was going to be 2 killers, and one of them was going to be Emily Mortimer's actress
Sydney.
playing Sydney.
I think that would have been fun.
But they ultimately didn't want to go with a 2 killer thing. That's one of the reasons for big changes. They want this one to not be 2 killers, and it is a shift. Like, of the 4 films we've discussed, it's only a single killer, which the first Scream, that was a wild unseen twist that there would be 2 killers. So like they were going back to like, you kind of get into the lull at the third one where you're going to think there's 2 killers now.
The twist is there's 1 killer.
Yeah. And it was, to its credit, like it was a kind of twist and surprise in its own right, like being meta, knowing that you would anticipate 2 killers and only giving you 1. It does, in that sense, that part works. Brandon, your thoughts though? I know you're low on
he
this
doesn't
one.
like it.
No, it's not necessarily that I don't like it. I guess it's just more to say that I just don't like it. There's one good kill, and there's some interesting comedy bits that I found funny, especially with Parker Posey. Her character is pretty funny. But it's really not. I'm really indifferent on it. Honestly, I can't remember a lot of it. Even now, like I watched it this week, and it took me all week to remember who the first kill was, and until I remember, I was like, right, it was Liev Schreiber.
Technically, it's Christine, then Liev Schreiber.
Right, you're right. But the those are my initial thoughts. Yeah, we'll get into it more. There are things I like, but ultimately, I'm pretty south on it.
You bring up a great point. Like, I think without Parker Posey, I like this movie a lot less.
100%. I adore Parker Posey.
Parker Posey as the actress playing Gail, Jennifer Jolie, which is a play on Jennifer Aniston and Angelina Jolie, is the name of her character. Jennifer Jolie, Parker Posey, she elevates the comedy of this movie. And this was also, again, like this movie does, I think, not that it always lands, but it does go for comedy more than I think most of the others do.
Yeah.
And that, again, is also a reaction to the Columbine thing, which is totally understandable. I get how they felt in this spot. But I think that she brings so much to the table, and it's so enjoyable to watch her bounce off both Cox and Arquette, but specifically with Courtney Cox's Gail. That makes the first half of the film more enjoyable when you're kind of waiting for Sydney to show up and take part in the plot, because it takes a while to get to her. That also is because Sydney was only able to shoot for 3 weeks of the production schedule.
Lot of issues.
But I think it honestly made a better movie. I think it's better the gang trying to keep Sydney away from this.
Yeah.
And trying to keep her, like, it makes sense after the first 2 films to have Sydney kind of be somewhere else.
She's doing the phone stuff in this one.
Get her pulled into the plot near the end. I think it works for Sydney's arc. That they're being protective, and ultimately Sid decides, like, looking at all 3 films, like, this is Sydney being like, I can't hide anymore. Like, the last movie was, I'm not going to run anymore. The third movie is, I'm not going to hide either.
Sheriff Dewey.
Yeah, let's jump to, I think, Cotton is our celebrity death, which is also an interesting one that we don't get a new unexpected celebrity cameo. Cotton shows up at the beginning, and you kind of go, "This is a Scream movie. Cotton's dead."
Yep.
But I think it's really enjoyable. They do introduce the mechanic that also is, like, for me personally, it's a hang up I've never been able to let go of. It's the Achilles heel of the film, which is the I can be anybody's voice box.
Get it out of there.
I don't care for it. I think it's a bad device, especially because later Scream films have to pretend that it just didn't exist because it would ruin the future of the Scream franchise. I get the idea for where it came from. And honestly, Ryan and I talked about this. I was like, if it only ever replicated Cotton and Gail's voice, I could buy it, because you could say, like, they use so much capturing of their voices from television and things like that. But the fact that it can replicate Sydney's, I'm like, get out of here. What are you doing? Come on. Bullshit. We can't even, like, make Mark Hamill sound normal on The Mandalorian. Like, there's no way.
This was in, like, what, 2000 or whatever?
Yeah. It takes me out of the movie a little bit. Now, what I will say is that once you've gotten to the end of the movie, in hindsight, I do think it makes the scene where he kills Jenny McCarthy's character better, because you know that's not a voice changer.
Yeah.
You know that's just Roman.
Yeah.
And I thought that was actually better for it. So I wish that those were kind of the only 3 scenes where you thought a voice changer was being used. Was like when it's Cotton, when it's Gale, when it's... actually, I don't think he ever uses Gale's voice, which he should have.
Gale's, no.
Uses Dewey's, uses Sydney's.
Steal the detective's phone or whatever. Yeah. Detective McDreamy.
For me, that introduction of that voice box thing is a real problem.
Yeah.
And again, and why take work away from Roger L. Jackson, who's so good?
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think the villain is very good.
No.
I like it in concept, but this is because Sydney Nev Campbell doesn't get a lot of screen time because of what you said, Sparks. But like, they should have had a scene together beforehand, because the whole reveal of like, oh, I'm the director of Stab 3, and I'm your brother. That's why I'm doing this. It's a lot to do in that reveal moment. And if they had like a scene between the two of them prior, it would have done a lot of that heavy lifting, and I think would have been ultimately better.
The only thing I do kind of like about it that I think is smart and kind of funny is giving the script a little bit too much credit, but it's true. Roman doesn't know Sydney actually came out of hiding. He thinks that he's just kind of failed to get her until Parker Posey's character lets it slip at the party. When they get there, they say, "Oh, we got a call from Sydney. Is she here?" And Roman thinks they're just talking about the actress playing Sydney. He doesn't know that Sydney came out hiding yet, because he wasn't around when the detectives brought her on set. And I think that's rather clever, because that's when he initiates the plan. Like, I'm going to capture Dewey, and he starts everything that night at the party, capturing Dewey,
his birthday party.
And he knows that Sid's there. That's the only part of that kind of works for me, in the sense of like that they hadn't seen each other before. But I agree, like the execution of the very good idea, I think, of the half brother thing, and like taking it back when you are doing like that trilogy idea of what Randy's rules say and everything, going back and uncovering like this backstory that you didn't know was there. I think all that is pretty good.
Yeah.
The execution is sloppy.
Yeah, and like.
Well, I want to talk about Randy's sister also, which I also think is a sloppy exposition machine. But I'm actually retroactively really happy about that, because it gives us pretty cool characters in 5.
Sure, yeah, and we'll touch on that later when we get to the 5th one. But yeah, I agree with you. It's like we could have just had Dewey say that he'd been holding on to this tape, and he's like, it's the craziest thing, but Randy said if this was ever happening again, we should watch this tape.
Yeah.
And that would have been enough. Her introduction does feel like weird, and not only that, like it's one of the worst line deliveries in the franchise, where like they say like Randy had a sister, and then it cuts over to her, and she's like, "We miss you in Woodsboro, guys." And I'm like, that's awful. Just truly terrible. One of the worst line readings I've ever seen.
And like they weren't making these movies back to back, so there's no way they could have done it. But again, like if you wanted Roman to be like this like overall threat of like the whole franchise, like if he's the director of the original Stab movies and they're on 3, then put him in Scream.
He's not
2.
the director of the original Stab.
Oh,
Robert Rodriguez is.
Oh, that's true. That's right. That's true. Okay,
he's directing this one.
Oh, okay, yeah. Then there's nothing they could have done to make him better. They just had to put him in the movie more, and I don't. Yeah. Never mind.
Yeah, like we're jumping all the way to the end and talking about this, but I do think it's, let's do it here. What I think is really good about Scream 3, what I think is rather impressive and holds up, and it's one of those things where we talked about like Scream 1 and 2 are timeless because they're well made, but they are of their time. Scream 3 and 4, and we'll get into 4's reasons in a bit, are able to be predictive of where the culture was headed in a way that honestly impresses me.
Yeah.
Because in this one, this is a movie made at the Weinstein Company. There are no two buts about it that John Milton is somewhat of an inside knowledge on who Harvey Weinstein is.
Yeah.
And they're telling a story that flat out says Maureen was raped at these Hollywood parties and gave up that kid. And knocking at that door in the year 2000 is incredibly ballsy. this, like, Wes has no love for Harvey. The only Weinstein he was ever close to was Bob, who was the main producer for the Scream films. He's the one who got those off the ground, so not Harvey Weinstein. But that doesn't change the fact that Wes, I'm sure, heard stuff.
Yeah.
And so incorporating that, just all of them being willing and able, and also it really shows something about the Weinsteins thinking they're untouchable that they let this get made. But taking them to task in a way, taking Hollywood to task in this specific manner of saying how they use and abuse women in the industry, which is one of the reasons why Wes was even so happy to come back and do Scream, because Wes didn't even want to direct the original. He was so nervous about being pigeonholed into this person who exploits women for horror's sake. But one of the reasons he came around was Williamson's script made Sydney a fighter, like more than a final girl, something more, and that's more of what the franchise continued to give to her. So bringing in this commentary on the Hollywood stuff really feels like it hits on a level that it's impressive they could have known they were playing to in the year 2000.
Yeah,
like 23 years later, and what's happened with Harvey Weinstein and everything. I'm stunned and pleased that at the time they were able to get this story out. Even kind of, and like, it doesn't go that far in depth. It could have done more, but even kind of broaching at the idea of Maureen being someone who was affected. And I'll say, like, I'm not going to say it's perfect in how it represents that, this idea that, like, once she was there, she was ruined as a woman forever, and that made her into like an immoral slut for the rest of her life. That aspect of it is not so good, that implication.
Yeah.
But the idea that, like, it does do psychological damage, and it's something she had to, like, overcome. And I think that's valuable, having that there.
And again, doing it at the company where this is happening at,
right,
is super, super ballsy. And again, like, not having Kevin Williamson write it, having like a guy come on and having him do that, like, they could have just got anyone and like just do a generic script. Like, this was allowed and everything. It's just like, it is miraculous that it exists like this.
Yeah, I agree with that. Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't there an implication that that Roman told Stu and Billy to kill Maureen?
It's more than an implication. He went and showed Billy. He never interacted with Stu.
Yeah.
He went and showed Billy a tape of his dad walking in and out of a hotel room with Maureen.
He civil warred him.
And he told him, you know what you want to do? You want to get revenge, kind of thing, and sets him up for the murder of Maureen. And he says, have someone you can blame it on, which is Stu. Have the fall guy and everything. And Roman's whole thing is that he set them up to do that. He did not know that a year later they were going to do the events of Scream, that they were going to make their own movie. And that's what he says. Like, I had no idea they were going to go off and do their own thing. I thought it was just going to be this one and done.
Yeah, I'm not sure I care for that plot twist.
For the reveal that he's behind Billy.
Yeah.
Sure. It doesn't bother me. I get why. Again, like, we go back to Randy's trilogy rules, like, they're trying to do something that feels like it full circles the story. And I think that there's worse ideas I've heard of to try and do something like that. Like,
sure, but let me clarify
Sure.
because, like, it's not necessarily a this movie problem. It's an all movie problem. When they all try to do something like that, it's really touch and go for me if I'm going to enjoy it or not. So, like, in this movie, it's kind of leaning into that, where I'm like, this is a trope I don't care for that I'm seeing in this movie.
It's not what you think, kind of thing.
Yeah.
I get it. It also rubs into that way where I'm like, here's this, like, super lame villain taking credit for the creation of, like, who I know was really great in the original.
Yeah.
In a story sense, on paper, this half brother who was
Abandoned,
who was created out of rape and abandoned, and finds out and tracks her down, and then encourages the original killers to do the thing they did 1 year before the events of Scream that lead to the events of Scream. I think that's also part of it, is the fact that we never see Maureen's murder in the earlier films. We've never seen it.
Yeah.
And I think that lets me feel like that's still kind of fair game. It's still off the table in a sense of, like, we're aware of the events, but we've never seen them. And that leaves the door open where on paper, I think that's a really good idea. Again, I also agree with you guys. I think the execution is rather sloppy.
Yeah.
I do think that it sets up for a really just this movie within a movie. This isn't necessarily tied to who Roman is making it so important, but when Sid is going through the fake house, her house, and they have Maureen's room set up for her murder.
Yeah.
Which we've never seen that before, but we're seeing Sydney relive it for the first time since then.
Yeah.
I thought that was really effective. Like, I really loved Nev Campbell in that moment. Just being hit with it all over again. The trauma of it.
I also, again, like, execution is the problem of this movie, but like the idea of we're in the third Scream movie while they're making Stab 3. So like the things are happening concurrently, but characters are dying in the movie as opposed to the movie that we're watching, right? Like Gail's supposed to die in the fake movie. And like all that stuff is so fun. I love being meta. Like all that stuff is great. It's what's so great about this franchise. And it is I just love movies about movies. So like, yeah, oh, this is the house that I grew up in, and there's like revisiting all that stuff is great. I love it. Dewey's great. I love Parker Posey.
I will say that in terms of like the set and stuff, I feel like it's at the wrong point of the movie. It feels like that's where the final act should have taken place.
Yes.
Like, we shouldn't have gotten Sydney to the set that early. And
her
last
be like
moment should be like her being back on the, like, all of that is where the final confrontation stuff should have happened, is on the set.
Yeah, not
of
Roman's
the old houses,
birthday party.
rather than John Milton's basement.
Yes.
And that I feel like would have had a lot more emotional impact, but they put like Sydney encountering those spaces earlier than I thought they would have.
Something they introduced in this movie, I think it's this movie. Sydney starts hallucinating seeing her dead mom.
Mm-hmm.
And no spoilers, but that's something that's a concurrent thing that happens in the later in the franchise. And I'm like, oh, like, because I forgot that was a thing that happened. So I'm like, oh, this makes sense why this is happening again in a different movie.
Yeah,
it's spooky.
Spooky. It is spooky.
She has a dream sequence, which I'll be honest, I don't care for whatsoever. Mostly because I'm like, you're Wes Craven. You did Nightmare on Elm Street.
You did this.
How does this dream sequence look so bad? That it's just like fog and then a window I can't tell is there because it's too goddamn clean.
His budget got cut that day.
It's not a very good dream sequence in my opinion. Yeah. I like her being traumatized by the memory of her mom, but like it also feels convenient to set up like the Roman stuff bothering her, that she's dreaming about her mom right now.
It is coincidental.
And that whole section, I'm like, I like getting weird and everything, but this is just not working for me.
Sure.
Like one of my favorite kills. Well, my favorite kill in this movie might be actually one of my favorite kills in the franchise is in this movie. Honestly, it's the gas explosion when the fax machine is faxing through the script pages, and they're like, and it's like, well, the first person to die will be the one who smells the gas.
Man,
so good.
If only he had brought a flashlight back in with him, then nothing would have happened.
Yeah, he takes out his match. He takes out his like lighter. I actually I like that kill a lot.
It's definitely the most, to me, it's very of its time. It's fitting in with a lot of the horror movies that were coming out around here. It's very Hollow Man to me with the way it's executed. It's very, I'm not trying to detract from it. I think like the idea of it is good. It's very bombastic in a way that I don't feel is necessary. Like they blow up a whole house, and like Scream movies don't usually blow up a whole house. It's a very 2000s reaction in horror to like go that kind of level. Like, we have money, boom, and it's like it's truly the most expensive kill in the entire franchise. Is this one? I don't dislike it or anything. I just I also feel like it's my only point being like it's very flavor of the moment to do it.
This is incredible. Parker Posey was nominated in 2000 for an MTV Movie Award for Best Comedic Performance for her role as Jennifer Jolie. She lost to Adam Sandler in Big Daddy. Damn it, Adam Sandler. For real, I definitely don't think I would like this movie if Parker Posey weren't in it. I am just a Parker Posey fan. She is one of those women in Hollywood who Hollywood did her dirty. She deserved to be a huge megastar. And in 2000, she was getting there. And then they dropped her. She has so much charisma in this movie. Like, what if Gale were worse? How could that be possible? I love it.
I mean this 100% sincerely. She's great in Superman Returns.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. She's the best part of Blade Trinity because she's the only person who knows what movie she's in. It's great. She's.
But her kill is really her when she dies, because she's like 100% worse than Gale until she's terrified, and now she's just like, I'm sticking with you guys forever because you guys live.
You guys does.
And so her death is really cool because of like she's banging on the one-way mirror, and Dewey's shooting them one by one, and then she gets killed in the last one. I think that's a good moment.
Yeah. That is a better kill, and then. Doesn't the Jenny McCarthy, doesn't she just like get stabbed in the back once and that's it?
She gets like shoved into a broken glass
door
on the door and stabbed in the back.
Yeah, that was fine.
Jenny McCarthy getting murdered.
Oh no, absolutely.
For who she is.
Yeah, I'm not mad about it. It's like not that creative.
Yeah, there's also something in that like I said earlier, I really like the Roman in hindsight being on the phone with her moment, but he changes the script name to Sarah, which is her name.
Yes.
And she doesn't even react to that. She just says, that's not the name of my script. And I'm like, no, it's your name, you stupid. Why wouldn't you just be like, why'd you just say my name? Like, what are you doing? I don't even remember your name, so I get confused. Like, it's dumb.
Wow.
I don't think this movie does as well the like characters seem suspicious and they leave at inappropriate times and come back at inappropriate times. I don't think it does that as well as the other movies either.
No.
It does it, but not to the same extent. We're like, oh, like you're suspicious on purpose. I'm like, I don't think you're the killer. You just went away because you have to go away. Like I think it's a much more apparent and like not as like
Dempsey. It's with Dempsey when they're like when the movie really wants you to think that Dempsey is the killer. I was like,
yeah, they really want you to think that.
Yeah,
he's not. He's not the killer.
The problem is that was working for me. It works for me fine until he and Sydney have the bonding scene in the office.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, this guy's not the killer. Like, there's no way. There's something between them that is very clearly like he's not the killer. And then he's about to walk out of the room and she's like, what is your favorite scary movie? And he leans in and says, My life. In the creepiest way, because it's like, no, we still need you to think he's the killer, regardless of how much that last scene convinced you completely he could not be.
Once he said my life, I'm like, nah, that guy's too good. No way.
Ben, who did you think Dempsey was the killer?
Not really. I had my suspicions, especially when he goes to Milton's house with a gun and then he gets one of the things I do love about this movie is that it definitely pulls you away, or it makes you think one way and then it pulls the rug out of you going, psych, no, it's not. Like the scene in the mansion where he has the gun out and then he just has this evil looking smile and puts his hands up and then Ghostface just pops out and just starts stabbing away. And I'm like, oh,
by the way,
guess he's not the killer.
Real quickly, Dempsey, underrated bad guy. Like quite honestly, Transformers: Dark of the Moon, he's really fun. He should be a bad guy more.
He can play like I'm a gross man, like better than like a handsome man like him should. Like he definitely. It is almost. That's why I knew he wasn't the killer. Also, because I realized I forgot something about another movie that happens later on. But once he was like, my life, I'm like, there's no way this guy is the killer. Now he is such a sweetheart who's putting on this thing because the writer told him to put on this evil montage. I'm like, nah, you're not.
No. I don't really remember who I thought the killer was when I first watched it. Killers, but I thought it was Emily Mortimer's character, the actress who was going to play Sydney, and not Dempsey, but his other detective buddy.
Oh, like the jerky one.
Yeah. Who I don't think should be in the movie at all at this point in my life. Because I think he serves no purpose except to be there and deliver trashy one-liners that don't work. He has one line that I think is funny, and I'm like, Dempsey would have delivered it better, which is was his death related to the film? Is like, the film's called Stab. He was stabbed.
Yeah.
That's a good line. I think Dempsey would have delivered it better. And the rest of his shit is just him being like cynical about everything, literally everything. And I'm like, you serve no purpose. Get out of this movie. Good Lord.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
That also like speaks to a larger problem, which is like no knock on the actors and like Parker Posey removed from the rest, but like you got Emily Mortimer in here, you got the guy playing Tyson, I forget his name right now, but you got this cast that like they seem competent and good, but unlike the previous Scream movies, there's just no reason for me to care about them. They're not fleshed out enough for me to give a shit when they get killed or if they will get killed. And that's one of the bigger hangups with Scream 3 for me also, is just I don't really care about these new characters. So it just becomes a comedic lore story where I'm waiting for Sydney to show up for the scary drama part.
Yeah.
Mac has a question.
Do I like the solo villain or duo killers in this franchise after watching 3? I mean, this is the only one with solo, and I think it's the weakest, so I guess I have to say duo killers. I don't think having a single killer in Scream amongst these 4 films it would be a problem necessarily, but the duo killer films tend to be better.
And I think it is more fun because like when you're watching movies like this, like, oh, I think I know who the killer is. But when there's 2 killers, like there's always one you're like, oh, I had no idea. Like there's always one that's like, oh, they got me on that one, and which is really fun because like you're looking over here when really you should be looking over here, which is fun.
I think it was a good idea to try to do the one killer thing because we talked about this last week. What things that works for Scream is the kind of unpredictable, where they'll do the predictable thing, but also have the unpredictable thing. The 2 killers in the first film. You can predict one of them, but you'll never get the second one because you're not looking for the second one.
Right,
In this film, I think flipping it on its head was a smart idea to be like, we're looking for 2 killers. We're not looking for the one killer. The twist is that there's one killer. And I think that's a good idea on paper. I just don't think the execution is there.
100%. Go ahead, Ben.
Honestly, when it was only revealed that there was one killer in Scream 3, I was kind of disappointed.
Yeah.
There's a part of me also that was like, well, where's the other one? Like up until like very late in the movie, I'm like, well, where's the other one?
And the thing is, again, Roman sucks so much, you're kind of hoping there's another one to make up for it. And it's like, oh no, that's just who we got. And like again, there's no way to retroactively make Roman part of the other movies, but like if you wanted to have like this overall trilogy, he's the director, and like you needed to set him up a little bit more. I think. Like
what they should have done?
Like he's not set up like enough for me to care like that.
Ryan, you're absolutely right. What they should have done. Robert Rodriguez is the killer.
Dude, this movie would be a 10 out of 10. Are you kidding me? If Robert Rodriguez played himself and he was a killer in a Scream movie, that would be the greatest thing ever made. Even if this is the worst Scream movie and that's the finale, 10 out of 10. Oh, God.
That'd be pretty funny.
That'd be so good.
Yeah. Let's see. I do like the taking out of Cotton at the beginning. Yeah, I think it's a solid bit. I love his 100% Cotton. Just a fantastic title for a talk show. When your name is Cotton Weary.
Yeah.
I really do like that. I think Dewey gets the short end of the stick in this one. I think Gail benefits from the dynamic of their relationship in this one. It gives her a lot to chew on as a character, but Dewey is the one who I feel like more or less regresses. I don't think that's 100% what it is. I just think he gets a lot less development because of the change in their relationship. Whereas like Gail, I feel like this is the one where it feels in many ways like this is the one where Gail's kind of wishing that Dewey and her were back together and had worked out, even though she's the one that left. And this is the Scream film where that feels really strong, that's what's going on. And I kind of like that aspect.
Yeah, I do like that Gail, because it is true. Like she did help solve these other murders. So like, it's not like she can become like a privatized deputy like Elvis or anything, but like she should be able to in this movie like help her not husband solve a case that she wrote a book on. And like, for a movie like that makes sense,
Well, that's why Dempsey's character brings her in. Like she is working with him.
Yeah. That's true. You're right.
But Dewey's giving her crap left and right.
Yeah,
so
you should give her a little respect. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good, and I think you're absolutely right about Dewey. There's some good stuff with like Patrick Warburton. I think he's very funny. That's really good. But like other than that, Dewey doesn't really get a lot to do, other than just kind of put Gail down for leaving him.
Yeah, he's just kind of like defender of Sydney and I like what David Arquette's trying to do with the script, I think, which is like make a Dewey who's trying to act tough about it.
Yeah.
And not want Gale back.
He's the sheriff.
But he's also like real sweet on her, and it's hard for him not to be that. I just don't think the script is servicing his performance.
Yeah.
Do you know who is servicing him? Jennifer.
Yes. Parker Posey has this incredible bit where when she's really nervous because she thinks she's going to die next because they're being killed in script order, which goes out the window at a certain point. But she improvises. We know that this is an improvised moment where she jumps up into be cradled by Patrick Warburton. She jumps up into his arms. I think it's an incredible bit.
That's improvised?
Yeah.
She's the best.
Parker Posey's really, really good.
Yeah.
She knew what movie she was in for sure. She's got that bit where they go and confront is it Lance Henriksen?
Yeah, Lance Henriksen.
Yeah, who's playing John Milton, and they go and confront him, and she's all hyped up on being part of the Scooby Gang, and she's like, "You're obsessed with her, and you're obsessed with her daughter," and they're all like, "Whoa, calm down."
You brought up Scooby Doo. You know who the villain of the Josie and the Pussycats movie was? A Parker Posey. What a legend. What a legend.
I
remember that movie.
We have to talk about not only the worst wig in the entire Scream franchise, but perhaps the worst wig in all of film history.
Bang time.
Which is Gale's in this movie. Is the worst
those wispy bangs
ever.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
It's really.
Can we just say they're bad and move on? I don't want to talk about that.
Oh, Ben.
We offended you?
Ben's bangs time has been triggered.
I just don't want to talk about her hair.
Not the bangs.
It's a wig. It's not
the
her bangs.
bangs.
Well, I know. I saw a picture of it and I was watching it the whole time I'm watching this movie. I was like, God, that is a horrible. It's
just really funny that a large group of people decided, yeah, that's what we're going to look like. That's what this character is going to look like. It's just funny.
Thank God her hairstyle is better in Scream 4.
On a note, Marco Beltrami is the composer for all 4 of the first 4 Scream films, and it is bizarre that it's hard for me to capture any of his themes when it comes to Dewey and Gale.
Dewey's just so subdued in this.
Yeah,
it's like there's like an overall like score. It definitely this one returns a lot to more like the operatic, like
Mag, it doesn't matter because this was a wig.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Mag's bringing up that he forgot what Courtney Cox looked like in Friends.
That's why she's wearing a wig, because she was in Friends.
But the point is that it's a wig, so they could have picked a better wig.
Yeah.
Like it just didn't need to look this bad.
Yeah.
Anyway, Ben doesn't want to talk about it.
Also, we're coming up on 3 hours too, so
it's true.
Sure.
Well, Ben's getting testy.
Oh, I see. Got it. My bad, Ben.
We should have a rule that you can leave if you're too tired to continue.
No, I want to talk about Scream 4.
All right. Well,
I'm scanning through my notes because I know there's some.
Cameo.
Yeah, Carrie Fisher cameo as.
Oh yeah.
Not Carrie Fisher.
As not Carrie Fisher. Also making like sly comments about the industry and how it is.
And like this being a movie in Hollywood, like it makes sense to have celebrity cameos, but like it still threw me a little bit. I'm like, the Scream doesn't feel like a big cameo type movie.
It's the one cameo because they call it out as she looks like Carrie Fisher. It's not Carrie Fisher playing someone. It is Carrie Fisher essentially playing Carrie Fisher.
Yeah.
Or not. But like it's really weird, and I'm like sitting there going like
Jay and Silent Bob again that they were very popular at the time.
Real quick, Jay and Silent Bob are in this because they're being produced by the same film company, but they're supposed to be in this moment because they're supposed to be doing their visit from Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, which would come out 1 year later, and the timelines are weird and don't actually totally line up.
Yeah.
But it's supposed to be like a nod into their own film.
That's fun because their whole thing is going to Hollywood to stop the movie about them being made. So that's actually clever. Wow. Wes, you crazy bastard.
All right.
Let's see. So there's a commentary in general kind of about like horror movies being beneath people. A lot of the actors are kind of talking this way, specifically like Jenny McCarthy has that in her scene. And I just want to point out that like for the time, this was maybe not a totally inaccurate way to feel about it. Not that like horror movies are bad, but this is when we were heading into like the big blockbuster horror films. They were all kind of underwhelming and middle of the road. Everything wanted to be Scream but couldn't be Scream. So it wasn't like there's a lot of low level just like offerings that come out around this time in terms of horror. Horror was really like not what it is today.
Yeah.
And I don't know that they were totally off the mark to make comments like that. Like I would be like, horror movies are a solid genre. There's a lot of great stuff there, but like this was really the time when like if you're in a blockbuster horror movie, it's probably not good. They're just odds are no, it probably isn't. They very maybe aren't worth the time and the money.
Yeah.
Real quickly, while you scan through your notes, I want to bring up Grayson's comment, which is, whoa, did we find out it's bedtime? I would like to say, Ben, we're not even at midnight yet, sir. We oftentimes gone much longer.
He can do 40 minutes on Nintendo Direct, but you need him to talk about Courtney Cox's Banes, and that's going to be just a little bit too much, my friend.
This draws the line, man.
Let's see. So something that Ben, did you notice, and Brandon, did you notice? I know Ryan did because I pointed out to him. But when Sid comes back from her home to be part of the events that are happening in the film, she's wearing Derek's letters.
Oh,
Yes, I did notice that.
Yeah, I think that's
It's the necklace.
It's a super sweet touch that was really important to both Nev and Wes, that she carries that on, because like it says a lot about what was important to her and why she shut herself off. I really like it because it feels in many ways like Derek's loss. It's not necessarily a sacrifice, but the loss of Derek really represents something important to Sydney. And we'll kind of get into later on when we're talking about another film in the franchise, how that kind of ties into what she learns in this film. But I thought that was just a really excellent touch. I think that there's a lot done with Sid's appearance in this film that's really good. If you notice, like, she's got her really well defended home. She's constantly wearing like pants and like shirts and jackets and very like covered up. And when we get to the end of the movie, she's in a like flowing dress. She's more like open and breezy. She's letting her arms show a lot. This is all supposed to be part of like her kind of letting herself out of her own cage kind of thing, which I really, really like. I think they gave a lot of thought to like what Sydney's arc is supposed to be in response to this movie. And I like that part of it a lot.
Even real quick, even when her dad comes to visit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That was also a good scene in the movie, because I also noticed it too. Like when she comes back after the events of it, she's playing with her dog. It's not like, come on, hurry up, we gotta go inside. We're instantly locking the door. We're instantly closing the gate. Like we see her in the very beginning of the film. But you're right. She's finally free until 4. But
yeah, 10 years later.
I really like Kincaid and Sydney bonding. We touched on that scene, but I wanted to highlight a specific line where he tells her the way to stop being haunted is to be with people. And that kind of being the lesson Sydney takes. We get to the end of the film and there's Mark with Dewey and Gail there to watch the movie. I think that's really valuable. Again, like Sydney's arc, I think, regardless of where this film lands with me, the arc of Sydney from Scream to Scream 3 and what she goes through and how she processes and how she allows that to affect her life, I think is a really well thought out arc.
Yeah.
I think it's very clear how she's growing through these moments in her life. I really like Tyson gets taken out. Real sad. He's our black male character who's not given a lot of time in this film. Token black guy for not another teen movie, by the way.
Yeah.
But I really love when he's gotten chased and hurt by Ghostface already. He goes around the corner and he looks back and he's like, "Oh, you motherfucker!" Like, just trying to get away from it. Very funny. That rug pull is gnarly. Again, like cutting down on the bloody violence, but a gnarly one. No,
definitely broke his neck in that one.
The last one I really want to get into. I really do love Sydney, what she does where she gets so fed up with Roman, like regardless of the execution of Roman, when he's laying out his monologue of shit at her, she's like, will you just shut up? I've heard this all before. I don't care.
Yeah.
And his reaction, this is the part I like about Roman's performance, Scott Foley's performance as Roman, is where he's going, shut up and take me serious. That kind of mentality. I love that because that's what I love about when Sid takes the killers out. She's like, you are so pathetic and beneath me, and like they're demanding to be worthy of the honor of killing Sydney. They're demanding to be recognized for being that impressive. And Sydney's like, I do not give two shits. Just do what you're here to do. My God. And when she turns the tables on him, I think that's all really good. If like that, the half brother storyline, I think is nicely touched on with the like actually grabbing his hand as he's supposedly dying, even though he pops back up and has to get shot in the head after that. Which is one of the times where I'll say, like, I kind of wish it had ended without him doing that pop up again, because I like the hand grab moment. I think there's an amount of like, regardless of the fact that like Sid makes very clear, like, you're responsible for your own choices. Like Maureen's choices didn't make you into a killer. You chose all of this, but still acknowledging that like trauma and pain happened between both of them. I think was a nice touch. But then we have him pop back up because it's a Scream movie. So I just wanted to touch on that because I think that's valuable.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's Scream 3. Let's rate. Like we'll rate it.
Yeah.
So rate it.
Ben?
I give it a solid 7.
7. I would give it a 6.5 or a 7. I'm kind of bouncing around between the two of those.
Give it a 7.5.
Yeah, I'll go straight up 7. I really think that there's a lot of good story and meat ideas here. It's just not all executed as well as it could have been. But the most important thing, which is Sydney's arc, that remains solid. Yeah. Oh, one last thing. Sorry. We talked about last time, Scream 1 and 2, there's always like one moment where you're not entirely sure if Ghostface is there. I would make an argument that you can say that there's a moment of that in Scream 3, which is the moment when she sees Maureen in the covering body get up on the set. That could have been her trauma activated, and the Roman had already left once she tossed him on the bed. And I like that there's still a moment where you're like, was Ghostface there, or is this Nev's Sydney's trauma?
Is this it's the third one where there's also like all the dudes in masks?
No, that was 2.
That was 2.
We talked about that.
Got it.
Yeah. Scre4m.
Scre4m. Ben, you
Scre4m.
love this one, right?
I do. I will unapologetically say that as of right now, this is probably my favorite of the Scream films. I love how meta it gets. I love the double fake out in the beginning of the movie. I did not expect to see Anna Paquin and Kristen Bell, or Kristen Bell stab Anna Paquin in the stomach.
Yeah.
I love all the characters in this movie. I love Hayden Panettiere in this movie. A lot of the kids, I was like, yep, that's definitely like how high school was or like how high school was portrayed in the 2000s. And you were right, Sparks. The twist at the end was unbelievable. Like, one of the things I love about these Scream movies is that the whole time I'm trying to figure out what's the motive, why are they trying to do this? And like, this is the 4th run around, so I'm like, okay, it's probably another copycat killer. It's probably someone connected to Cindy in some very like 10 degrees of Kevin Bacon sort of way. But then the reveal, it's her own damn cousin, the same girl we've been following the entire movie. They bring back the double killers, and even then I'm just like, yo, like that whole thing, that whole reveal was like even I'm like, holy shit. And even when there's like 20 minutes after Dewey gets there. Yeah. And even I know, like, one of the things I do love about Scream films, especially like the beginning of 2, Gale and Dewey, they're at odds and they get back together. Scream 3, they're at odds and get back together. I was like, oh great, are they gonna be at odds and get back together again? No, they were married for 10 years. I'm like, yay, something of a happy ending. Kinda. Yeah, progress. I love this movie. I absolutely had a blast watching it.
I think Ben got a little delayed for a second.
That's still awesome. I love it.
So I really like this movie. I didn't like this movie as much as I did the first time I watched it. I thought it was okay. And then watching this weekend, I was like, this is actually really cool. I like all the actors and all the new characters. I think are really fun. Emma Roberts is really fun because if you watch her, if you know she's the killer, you can tell that her act is breaking as the movie goes on. Her acting gets a lot stiffer by the end of the movie when she's pretending to run away from Ghostface. I really like this movie.
I agree. It is a return to form. Not that like Wes Craven lost or anything, but like having like it feels like they had that time away and to come back with a new idea. This is great. This is another banger entry. I agree. All the characters are great. The 21st century approach of being meta and filming everything is great. Gale and Dewey are great. Sydney's great. Everybody's great. Like I love our killers. We're all movie fans, so like it's like remakes and stuff. Like it's crazy that like this is a movie about remakes, and now we're on to like 2 more sequels after it. Like that's just how long this franchise has been going on.
Well, and like it's very much when they're saying remakes at this time, what they're talking about is like this is the Rob Zombie Halloween,
yes,
the Friday the 13th, and Nightmare on Elm Street. All of these have happened at this point in time. So like that kind of like we're gonna bring back the 80s again, start from scratch. Here we go again, and that's the commentary like that they're living in
more
this horror
brutal
movie space, and what it was going to be. And whereas like our new generation, like the 5 Cream that we're going to get into and all that, like what's happening now, that is direct response to specifically Halloween 2018 with David Gordon Green, legacy sequels, exactly, which was not a term back then, but also just legacy sequels in general, like Force Awakens, all that kind of stuff. That's what 5 Cream is. But here,
one of the things that I think is really interesting about the time period that this movie came out in is that it falls in the same line of Indiana Jones and Kingdom of the Crystal Skull and Tron Legacy. It is a legacy sequel before the time of legacy sequels, and it is not commenting on legacy sequels because that's not what it's trying to do. It's commenting on the remake craze, but like it's before its time in a way. It's before its time because it is one of those kind of before we were doing all these legacy sequels. There were those 3 movies that did it way before.
Right. I think importantly, like the crafting of this one is like, yes, you can argue that like with the new teens there, they are meant to be like main characters we would want to follow still, but this is still Sydney and Dewey and Gale's movie. They're not the background stars to the new generation kind of thing. Mm-hmm. This is their movie still. And as far as like predictive of that, you're right with the legacy sequel stuff. Also like very deeply understanding exactly where like internet fame was gonna go, which it wasn't at the time. Like it was beginning, but it was not where it is today. Which is like this is exactly it. Like predicting things where like violence will be on the web in the kind of way where like the infamously like the Logan Paul going into the Suicide Garden forest thing, like that's a whole very similar kind of like vibe of what was being chased there.
They're like being famous for having really bad things happen to you is the new cool thing.
Yeah,
it's so messed up.
Right,
that is so wild, man.
And
Emma Roberts as the villain is sensational.
I just want to reiterate what Ben said, which was the reveal who the killers are is excellent.
Yes, I agree. Frankly, I think it's the best since the first.
It completely blew me away of who the killer was because I totally thought it was Trevor. Like lock, stock, like the second Trevor shows up, like the similarities between Trevor and Billy. Even when Sydney opens the door and sees Billy in Jill's room, sees Trevor in Jill's room. I was just like, doesn't this look familiar? And even she was like, you remind me.
So it does, but it's from the other perspective.
I'm gonna tell you, Ben. I've watched Scream too many times in my life because the very first time I saw Scream 4. The moment they get to the house scene at the end, I knew for a fact Trevor wasn't the killer because they did a weird thing, but I'd seen Scream too many times to not get it. Trevor is dressed in the exact same clothes as Sydney's dad in Scream 1 when they pull him out of the closet. The exact same clothes. I was like, oh, he's not gonna be the killer at all.
He's wearing his dad's like blue jacket, basically.
I wasn't really suspecting him anymore. I was pretty sure he was the red herring at that point, but I was 100% confident the moment I saw his outfit. I'm like, no, not him.
Yeah.
And there's a good parallel there because Billy and Stu want to frame the dad in the first movie, and Emma Roberts and
not Jack, is it? No, I'll look it up.
Home Alone's brother. God, I forgot his name.
I thought that was
Kieran Culkin.
Yeah.
But like the reveal of Emma Roberts and Kieran Culkin they're going to frame Trevor. That's a good connection, a good parallel.
Scream 4. I'm sorry.
Rory. It's Rory Culkin.
Yeah, there's too many.
And he's Charlie.
He's Rory Culkin. There's another Culkin.
There's like
There are,
5.
yeah.
It's like the Hemsworth. They keep coming
Yeah,
up.
he's Rory Culkin. He's not the one in Scott Pilgrim. That's Kieran.
Yeah.
Who's the one in Succession?
Oh.
That's Rory.
Interesting.
Yes. It was at that point that I was like, Trevor's the person they're going to set up. That was very clear to me the moment that he was there, because again, I've seen Scream just too many damn times. I was like, I know that outfit.
Yeah.
I know that outfit. Why are you doing that? That's so weird. Let's do the beginning very, very quickly. The 2 false openings of the Stab movies.
Love it.
Very, very funny. We get Lucy Hale and Shanae Grimes and Anna Paquin and Kristen Bell. Very funny, very, very entertaining. But the part that really makes me happy about it is Britt Robertson's character being like, this just doesn't make any sense. Like, if the beginning of Stab 7 is Stab 6 is actually inside of Stab 7, then what happens in Stab 6? It's just so, I think it's so good, going up its own butt. I really enjoy it.
Because they also mentioned that Stab 5 had time travel.
Yeah.
Yes.
The only part I don't like about that is I don't like the fake phone call, fake out afterwards with them that's in the real world. When she goes upstairs and then she calls her with the Ghostface app, I was like, that's a third fake out, guys. Like, one too many here. I gotta like
One too many.
the cameo ones were fun, but you gotta settle me into the actual movie now. I can't do another fake out about who's Ghostface.
Yeah.
That was the only part that for me in the opening didn't really work.
That Kristen Bell and a Paquin sequence is pretty good though.
Yeah, no, it is for sure. It's a lot of fun.
This movie is definitely more brutal and more bloody. We see some
I like the kills in this one. There's a kill where the president from Battlestar Galactica, Kate, in this movie, she gets stabbed in the neck through a letter opener.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a really good kill.
Yeah.
That was brutal. I was not expecting that, but the second you hear the shink, I'm like, oh no, why did I think about the letter opener or the letter slot? And even that was just like messed up how Anthony Anderson died.
Yeah.
He gets lobotomized.
I do want to get to them, but real quick, I want to go to, because she's barely in the movie, and who Brandon's referring to, which is Jill's mom.
You're right.
Sydney's aunt.
And
She was supposed to be a bigger role, and not only that, she was supposed to be played by Lauren Graham.
Oh.
And Lauren Graham left the project because the role was reduced in size.
Oh, that's fair, I guess.
Lauren Graham from Gilmore Girls fame.
Yeah.
interesting. That would have been really good.
Yeah, it's a bummer.
Huh.
I just wanted to touch on that because I know that bit of trivia, and I was like, oh, that's.
There's Ben already kind of mentioned the cops, the
Yes.
Adam
Anthony-
Brody. And,
Yeah.
What were you gonna say?
Anthony Anderson and Adam Brody, who are
Yeah.
playing. Their names are so good. So, do you know Adam Brody's character's full name?
Not at all.
His name is Ross Haas.
I knew his name was Haas. Ross
His
Haas.
first name is Ross.
Wow, his parents hated him.
And then Anthony Anderson is Anthony Perkins.
I saw that. I got that one. I was like, his name is Anthony Perkins.
So funny.
Yeah, the way Anthony Anderson, like Adam Brody goes out, like, oh man, but like, no, you're right, he gets lobotomized, and then he's still walking for a minute, just like, what am I doing? That's
F. Bruce Willis.
awful.
It's really good. Like, they really wanted to come back and do the deaths like creatively and intensely again, like kind of as a reaction to Scream 3's not being very memorable. I think all the deaths in here are pretty like, whoa.
Yeah.
Especially the murder of their friend across the way in the window. That's such a intense and brutal scene.
I didn't
It's
say
a-
your closet.
Honestly, like, you see that coming. Like, I'm in the closet. I didn't say your closet. You kind of see that coming, but it's executed really well.
Yeah.
Olivia's death. I was just, it got me. I completely ignored about Olivia's closet, and that when that happens, I'm like, oh shit. And Olivia dies, and it's just like, it's gut wrenching because she was even like, yeah, no, I'm getting out of here, which unfortunately was her own demise because the killer was in her closet.
Yeah.
And she's not in the movie for very long, but like I really like the energy, the chemistry basically between that trio, her and Hayden Panettiere and Emma Roberts. When they first get in the car at the beginning of the movie, I'm like, I could follow this trio.
Yeah.
These are fun friends. I like this. So losing her still felt like a blow.
Yeah.
Like already we've got a character that I'm endeared to much faster than some of the new characters in Scream 3.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Kirby is wonderful.
Kirby's great.
Oh, yeah. But does Kirby die, or do they? Because I
So
wasn't
Ben,
watching this with subtitles on.
I'll say this: you don't see a dead body of Kirby, and there's a reason for that. Hayden Panettiere actually had it in her contract she could not die on screen in this movie.
No way.
She had a lot more pullback then. This was, like right
Heroes.
hot on the heels of Heroes. So when she made her contract for the movie, she could not be killed. She could not die on screen.
Love it.
So now's a good time, I think, to talk about this real quick. So I mentioned that Aaron Kruger comes in and the entire hospital ending, that's Aaron Kruger, not Kevin Williamson.
I like that
And
ending.
the reason that happened is because they made changes and Williamson wasn't able to be there. And the reason the changes happened is because when this movie was being created, it was being envisioned as a trilogy. Mm-hmm. This was going to be the start of a new trilogy. Yep. And the movie was supposed to end with the scene where she's being wheeled out on the stretcher and the flashing lights. But you were going to hear someone saying, we got a pulse, she's still alive. And the audience was supposed to wonder, is it Kirby or is it Sid? Which one of the two could be coming back in the next one? And that's how they wanted it to be.
Spicy.
They ultimately decided to do the hospital scene because the studio wasn't having a lot of faith that they were going to move forward with 2 more films, which ultimately they didn't. It didn't make the money that they thought it would.
Shame.
So honestly, the right move, because it would have been a bummer to have that cliffhanger ending and then nothing.
And then like potentially Scream 5 would just be like a reboot, like because that's a weird way to end your franchise.
So it ultimately ends up for the better that they added in the whole hospital scene,
and I like that scene a lot.
Yeah, I like it a lot too.
Oh, me too. I really enjoyed that whole hospital scene.
We'll get into it. I do want to save that for the end because I want to build up to that, talk about some of the other characters and stuff first. But I did want to make that note that that's one of the reasons why everything kind of plays out the way that it does. Again, I really like the arc for Sid.
Yeah.
I like this idea of her going on this book tour and wanting to end it at Woodsboro as like this, like closing a chapter in her life kind of thing.
Gail's hella jealous.
Yeah. But Sydney as this person who is more willing to, like, when shit's going wrong, throw herself into the fire. Like we mentioned Olivia earlier, once she sees Olivia as being attacked, she runs over to the other house. The other 2 girls are staying there just screaming.
Yeah.
But she's running over to the other house, kicking her way in, going to confront Ghostface. And I love that. I love that that's who Sid is now. She takes no shit from anybody, which I think is great. It's a great progression on the character.
Absolutely, yeah.
Alison Brie is in this movie.
Yeah, it's the shittiest publicist ever. Ever.
I thought I recognized her.
I love her in everything. Yeah. I love her in this. She is so wonderful.
Dumb.
And her what?
But she dumb.
She's dumb.
The way she goes out of that car and runs to the door, I'm like, if you're gonna get out of the car, run. Why are you walking? Why are you looking around?
I think her death is really fun too. Yeah, I was happy that she was in it. I forgot that she was in it when she should have. I was like, oh, hello, Annie.
Yeah, she's a fun inclusion. I do like her in it a lot. I think she adds something nice to the film. It's one of the few times in Scream where you have someone who you would kind of label as a shitty person that you know is shitty and is going to get killed.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god,
it doesn't happen a lot in the Scream films.
I love Deputy Judy Hopps so much. Deputy Judy Hicks.
Yeah.
She's just like she wants to be like the next Dewey. She loves Dewey so much. She makes him cookies and lemon drops and Gail has having none of it. She's just a fun, really weird lady. She stands in shadows sometimes for no reason.
Oh,
that was really, really funny. Like, Judy, what are you doing?
With her standing in the shadow the first time, part of me thought she was the killer, but then I thought, nah, they do this a lot where they make you think it's one person, but it's really not.
I think that scene is meant to make you think that and also then be dissuaded of it, because when she moves out of the darkness, it's very much like, I went to school, I just really nice. It's really nice to see you again. Like, I think you're supposed to kind of suspect like that's weird, and then go, oh, she's just a nice person.
Yeah, she's a little off.
Yeah,
A little weird. I like it.
Was a huge crush on the sheriff.
There's this bit with her after Sydney's aunt is stabbed, where I thought what the movie was going to do for a moment there is have Judy kind of run with this idea that Sydney was the killer.
Yeah.
Because of the way she talks about like finding the stab victim and then Sydney fleeing the scene on the call.
It felt like that.
I definitely, the first time I saw it, thought, oh, are we going to get like a narrative where she's trying to say that Sydney's the killer?
Yes.
Which I'm glad we didn't, honestly, because it's not that's never been a worthwhile story to me to try and tell, even if like it's not real and just characters suspecting it. I'm like, I don't want people suspecting Sydney's the killer. It's just a bad route.
And at this point in the franchise, like, come on, no way.
Yeah. I talk about, because we were talking about shadows, I do want to talk about, like, it's my major gripe with the film. It is my absolute major gripe. This film's very dark, and I do mean like visually it is dark and not lit the best.
It's a lot of natural lighting,
and it's very, very different from how the lighting is in the first three films. It feels different stylistically from the first three films. I do think to some extent this was trying to emulate horror movies at the time, but this is one of those instances where that kind of bothers me, because I'd rather it just felt consistent to the world of Scream. I will also say, just in advance, Ben, this is not a problem I have with 5 Cream. I don't think that this lighting problem exists there, so it's only this film.
Yeah.
And it only irks me because, sure, if it's commenting on horror films at the time, I get it. But like, if I'm just watching the Scream films, it's like, oh, why does this one look kind of bad in comparison, like visually? It is also notably a different cinematographer and people than the original 3. So that can be part of it too. But there are several sequences where I just don't like the look of the movie, which bums me out. I wish it looked as good as the first 3.
Yeah, it just kind of looks we shot it on digital and didn't really do anything with it. Like the lighting, it's like very natural. Like if they're outside, it's just outdoor lighting. Like it's very.
And there's a lot of nighttime outdoor stuff.
Yeah,
and it all isn't lit very well. And I was like, that's kind of hard on a rewatch, to be honest. Like, I don't think visually the film holds up as well as it should.
Yeah.
That's my major knock on the movie. So I wanted to get that out of the way.
I think it's really funny that they still made Stab 3, even though the director killed half the cast.
That is
absolutely
an unhinged world.
Wild.
Absolutely. Well, when you see the way that these people react to these movies, like, we have to make another one. They're throwing shit in the theaters.
Like one of the first studio screenings of Stab is like people dressed in the costumes, like not even watching the movie, flipping out, like
stabbing their friends.
This is like Quentin Tarantino's universe of how people are affected by violence in films, like turned up to 12.
Yeah.
Like it's a lot.
It's just really funny when they mentioned like the original trilogy, Sydney and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, they finished Stab 3. So the director had to come in. They had to recast some of the roles because, again, the director killed half the cast.
I can't even, man, that's like a fake documentary I would love to watch.
I also like that this film is very good. I'm moving to another area, but I like that this film it has a more believable high school cast. Like the age appropriateness is a much smaller gap than it was in the original Scream, and it's poking holes at the archetypes. Like more than once, the like busty, attractive young ladies are acknowledged to be like have 4.0 GPAs and be very intelligent and all these kinds of things. Like I think that's really nice. Kirby is a film nerd. She might not be a film nerd who's like as vocal and like I'm gonna like talk about the club all the time, but she is in the club.
Yeah,
she does like movies a lot. She has that huge monologue of all the horror remakes, which is incredible. So I like that they just like really are breaking the mold on like the archetypes that even the first movie was playing to.
Oh, Stab-a-thon.
Real quickly, I want to get Ben's ire and talk about hair. Kirby's hair, incredible,
beautiful.
Oh my gosh,
love it.
I said it to them like when we were watching, like whether that was her own hair choice or like the movie's choice to give Kirby this haircut. Incredible. She pulls it off really flawlessly. Looks so good. Kirby is such a cool, fun character.
Yeah. I agree with you, Brandon. 100%. She looks great. She looks great throughout the whole movie. 100%.
Charlie, that's the other killer's name, Charlie, right?
Yes.
I remembered who the killers were because again, like I watched this movie relatively recently. I watched it before I saw 5 Cream. to catch up for the first time. But like I remember the kills, but I'm like, oh yeah, they do a really good job of like of not showing you who the killer is in this one. I think it does a really good job, especially with Charlie. I did not remember Charlie at all. And watching the movie, I'm like, man, they're doing a good job of hiding him.
I will say, I don't think it's a problem.
Yeah,
it's just noticeable when you watch the movie again after knowing that Jill's the killer. You really start to notice, damn, Jill's not around a lot. No, they're taking notice.
I specifically remember. She's like, oh, I gotta get my phone. It's upstairs. And then she's gone 20 minutes.
Yeah,
and I'm like,
y'all.
No one's.
Why is no one paying attention to where Jill is?
She's like, yeah, I found my phone. What's going on? After someone got killed.
But the Charlie reveal is really interesting because the film wants you to be like, oh, actually, there's a romance between him and Kirby, and then they put him in the same situation that Drew Barrymore's boyfriend was in the first film. Right. That Kirby has to answer all these questions, and then she wins, only to have the reveal be that Charlie's one of the killers. It's honestly brilliant.
I love that. That's one of the reasons why I love this movie.
And he says, it took you this long to notice me. Like, he's mad at her.
Oh, he's super incel.
And that is the most incel shit ever. Like, oh, you like me now, but not when I wanted you to like me. That is some super incel shit. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like the second he says that, I'm like, okay, you suck. You suck, and I'm glad I know what's gonna come to you, and I'm glad it's happening. Because at first I'm like, no, don't kill him. Because then, Trevor comes back, ruins the moment, and I'm like, Trevor, you suck. Like the whole movie, Trevor, you suck. End of the movie, I was wrong. Trevor doesn't suck. Trevor is he's a bad guy.
He's a bad person.
Yeah, he sucks as a person, but he's not like, murdering people.
Yeah.
Who invited you, Trevor?
Yeah, that's
Kieran Culkin, Rory Culkin, Charlie. He when he gets stabbed because he's just like, we're gonna be Billy and Stu, and then he gets stabbed, and Sydney's like, no, you're Stu.
Yeah,
he's Billy.
Right? Yeah, she said, she's like, you said it yourself, Billy and Stu, you and Trevor.
Yeah,
I thought that was really good.
I'm dying, man.
It's interesting to see a Scream movie now finally working in texting, because like it's up to that point, so texting becomes part of the thing too.
Yeah.
I thought that was really good.
Yeah.
Using the voice as an app on your phone.
Yes, which is really smart, but it's all Roger L. Jackson. Also, this is the one where it's the most noticeable to me, but I want to give full credit because we haven't talked about it a lot in all of the films, but this is the best point to do it. Roger L. Jackson does an incredible job. He knows who the killers are. He knows who he's emulating when he's calling.
Oh, so he's using like voice.
So he changes his delivery to match who it's supposed to be. So Ghostface is never just a generic, always sounds the same. Certain words are emphasized and spaced out in a way to try to match the performance of the person who is the killer.
Yeah.
So when Roger L. Jackson is doing that, he's trying to differentiate Charlie from Jill, so that if you're listening, you might be able to tell which one is on the phone.
So, you saying that triggered in my brain something. I'm going to jump way ahead real quickly. I'm not going to spoil anything for 5-Cream, but just to kind of reiterate what you're talking about and say that I agree. One line has never left my head, and it's an honor.
Yeah.
And I think about that all the time. That delivery.
Yeah. Do you know what's really funny to me is just because you brought that up, like watching this movie and the Charlie says that too, but he says it when he's not Ghostface. He says it in the film club room. We know he's one of the killers, but he says when he meets Sid, it's an honor.
That's true.
Which is totally normal. And like he ends up being one of the killers and then having a killer actually as Ghostface say it to Sid, not to Sid, to Dewey. I think in the next one we'll get there. Don't worry about it.
That's why I don't want to go too far into spoilers.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Though, like Roger L. Jackson is very good because if you really we've just gone through all 4 of these movies pretty quickly. If you really think about his performance, he does not sound like he's just delivering the lines. He thinks about who he's supposed to be, and transfer that through his voice. He's an incredibly talented voice actor. Also, the voice of Mojo Jojo for anyone who's wondering. A lot of other notable roles, but he is the voice of Mojo Jojo.
No,
yeah,
really?
Yes, absolutely.
He got the gift.
110%. I really, really love what he does with Ghostface, and specifically in this one, there are ones where I'm like, I know for a fact he listened to Emma Roberts talk and recreated it on the phone, and it sounds great.
You know what? Before you telling me this, because I'm not going to say I noticed it in every movie, but I definitely noticed it in Scream 4.
Yeah.
I assumed that it was just Emma Roberts recording the line in like I'm gonna kill you, bitch, and then he would just go, oh, that's how you did it. No, I'm gonna do it. But like he could just do that. Like
Right.
I'm sure, like I doubt they record all the lines like the actors doing it. So like him just being like okay, that's how your mannerisms are. I'm gonna put that in this Ghostface voice. That's incredible. That's talent.
Yeah.
It's really funny going through his IMDb because I want to see what else he's done. But I was like, oh, he's in Call of Duty. Oh, as Ghostface.
Yeah, he really captures, I think, the identity specifically in this movie. I do feel like if you're listening, you're gonna know which one's Charlie and which one's Jill on the phone. Mm-hmm. I think he's really got it down.
I definitely, because I knew who the killer was, like I definitely could tell when Jill was the one on the phone. I'm like, oh yeah, that's pretty sweet.
And it's one of the reasons why, again, like Scream 3 is a little bit of sacrilege to me. Not that Roger L. Jackson's voice is omitted from the film, but it's certainly cut down as a role.
Because there's like 12
because like this is about hearing his voice as Ghostface. Like the one thing that is constant and should be always consistent, it's not Sidney, it's not Gail, it's not Dewey. It's that the killer uses this voice. The voice is Roger L. Jackson. I will make a note that I kind of wish Scream 4 did more with the setting of Woodsboro. This will carry over to 5 Cream a little bit too, but for some reason to me this felt like the one rather than I don't feel like you can do what I'm about to say in 5 Cream because the events of Scream 4 happen in Woodsboro, but it does feel like in this one there was an opportunity to embrace the Woodsboro murders as part of the identity of the town have that be something that like our characters are grappling with, where like some of them are like, this is not great to come back to this town and have like they are taking down the Ghostface decorations.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah.
And I'm like, what if those were done on purpose? What if that was the town, like that's their way of celebrating Sidney coming, is decorating for the thing that's, because like it's also the stab movies and that's a cultural phenomenon and it's famous, but like it's also her life. And so like the popularity of Woodsboro as a small town comes from being famous for these murders. And if the town had started to, as we know they always do, look at Sleepy Hollows, Salem witch trials, all these kinds of things, they get that small bit of fame when they're those small towns and it becomes a part of the identity of the town. Yeah. And I kind of wish this movie had gone for a little bit of that being there.
Yeah, I can deal with that. Yeah.
Now, because these events happened, now there's been 2 sets of horrible murders in Woodsboro. I don't think you can do it anymore. But at this point, I was like, I feel like you could get away with that. I feel like that could have been a part of this movie.
To put a quick little thing on that, because I saw when City was coming by, I saw the Scream decorations or the Ghostface decorations. For a split second, I was like, this isn't taking place during Halloween, is it? And this is like you said, Salem and a few other towns that are famous for horrible events happening. And then you see the cops putting the thing down. I was like, okay, yeah, this is a high school prank. And then Dewey says the line, it's like one generation's trauma is another generation's joke. And I'm like, okay, because, time has gone by, but the stab films are still very popular. These kids know where they live. And they're like, oh, let's put up ghost faces everywhere. I mean.
Well, the ghost faces were put up by
high school kids. It was a prank.
No, I thought the ghost faces were up there because it was Sydney's coming home and it was on the anniversary of the killer.
Oh, it was. You're right. You're 100% right.
Not. It wasn't a prank. It was the city was like, let's put up Ghostface. This would be great.
I just want them to lean into it more. Like I wish the mayor had been there. Like Sydney, isn't this great to like bring in the mayor and make it this whole thing? And Sydney's like, this is actually super horrifying.
I lost all my friends and family,
and have it be like this really misguided idea of like classic Bear from Jaws kind of stuff of like, well, this is the thing we celebrate. Have it be Henry Winkler, but in a different wig.
Oh yeah.
Like it would have been great.
Oh, there is a statue of Henry Winkler in this movie, and you blink and you miss it. It's a side profile shot that goes off screen, but it's Henry Winkler is in
at
this
the
movie.
school.
It's fun.
Yeah.
The mayor should have been Carrie Elways.
I just feel like there's something that could have been chewed on about like all the things that they want to comment on with the pop culture and how it affects things, how it affects a town, and how it's affecting the teens who live in that town could have been part of that, and I kind of wish the movie had the room to go for that or breathe on that.
I wonder if Scream 6 will do some of that. It being in New York,
maybe
just embracing it.
Let's see.
Well, there's a musical called Stab that we see in the trailer, so I assume they're embracing it.
Yeah.
Also, There is no Red Right Hand song in this movie.
Yep.
Egregious. How dare they? What an oversight. So mad. No, really. That is iconic to Scream.
It's in every movie.
It's in all of them except for this one. Super weird that it's not there. I do like Dewey's new, like, kind of reintegrated, rejuvenated, picturesque sheriff life theme.
Bow, 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 bow.
I like the inclusion of him as the sheriff. I thought that was really smart of them to do.
It does feel like he's truly grown up now.
Yeah, he's an
Like
adult.
you've seen Dewey grow up into who he is now, and he takes full responsibility in being the sheriff and trying to do right. It does also result in him kind of like constantly getting to situations a little late, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Also him fighting with Gail for a bit. It's like, dude, you know that she's right about a lot of things, and then he finally comes around. And I mean, it sucks that it takes her getting stabbed in the shoulder for him to like come around and be like, yep, you were right, you were smart, should have listened to you the whole time.
I like the Dewey reveal in the hospital where it's like, how did she know I got stabbed in the shoulder? Oh shit.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
Also an interesting thing in Williamson's original script, the way they learned that wasn't going to be a reveal that how'd she know I was stabbed in the shoulder. It was actually going to be Dewey. It was going to make him a little bit smarter, honestly. It was going to be that Dewey figured out she was stabbed so cleanly in the shoulder so that she could write the book and make Jill famous. And that was going to be the connection that he makes. Like there was going to be a more elaborate of Dewey putting it together. It was like, it's supposed to be like Dewey's triumphant, like, I figured it out moment that he kind of does on his own, rather than being queued up by Gale. And then that was truncated down.
I like the tee up though. I like them working together. Like, it would have been cool to have like Dewey have like an aha moment, but like I like them together figuring it out.
Yeah. I'm not necessarily saying I have a problem with this version, but I do understand like the desire to have a Dewey has a like light bulb genius moment of realizing like this was a specific stab for a specific reason, because it's very noticeable when you see the scene where she gets stabbed. Like it just like the Dewey's got the gun on them and like they're still like, I got to get this done, stab in the shoulder, leave. And like, why the shoulder? We've seen people stabbed in so many places. Like, it's so specific.
Can we talk about the hospital?
Yeah, one last thing. Trevor gets shot in the dick and it is graphic.
Yeah, it is.
So the hospital has a really good moment when they kill Jill. Well, kill Jill. The clear,
yeah,
is so good. It's when it's the last words. Yeah, clear. It's just zaps her. Excellent.
And again, same deal of Jill being like thinking she's so suave and on top and got it, and not just being a shitty teen out of her depth.
Sydney's alive. What? Oh, I really need to go see her.
Yeah,
It's like a murderer.
The 5 minutes of Jill beating the shit out of herself is amazing.
Oh my god, it gets worse and worse.
Mostly because like it does such a good job of going from uncomfortable to funny to uncomfortable again.
Yeah.
Really, really good.
She stabs herself. She runs into a mirror. She throws herself on a table.
She uses Trevor's hand to give her scratches and to pull
out
some
her
of her
hair.
hair out.
Oh, that's so much hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, that way her skin is underneath his fingernails to pin the murder on him.
I just realized what this note says. Now that we've mentioned that, because I've just trying to figure out for like 5 minutes. When Emma Roberts, after she does that, she like hobbles over to Sid and like poses herself next to Sid. Brilliant.
A mirror of Sydney.
Yeah. Again, uncomfortable to funny to uncomfortable to funny. Like this movie works so much, especially because Jill is, her reveal is so good. Emma Roberts' commitment to the character of Jill is so good. That last scene is, those last two scenes are incredible. She just owns the moment.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else?
I truly am thrilled with how well this movie did turn out. I think Emma Roberts' inclusion was genius, and having her be the killer was a great reveal. Just absolutely brilliant, especially as this person motivated, like living in Sydney's shadow and wanting her own taste of fame and all this kind of stuff. Sorry, I can lean in.
You keep just moving way over.
No, sure. It's just like
No, I get you.
It's so impressive that it was able to come off this well. Frankly, especially at a time, again, a time period where like when remakes were being done, they were usually poorly received. Not that all horror movies were, but certainly the remakes were. So stepping in and making this commentary, a lot of people didn't think were nervous that Scre4m just wasn't going to have it, and I'm really pleased that I think it works really well.
I didn't see it when it came out because after Scream 3, like I disliked Scream 3 a lot. I hated that movie when I first saw it, but I was also considerably younger and a different person. So I just skipped Scream 4 until I saw it with Sparks a couple years ago. And like this whole franchise, like again, even the worst movie is not terrible. Wes Craven's just got it, and like being gone for 10 years, coming back, like it's like he never left. Just adopting, you know, a new way to murder people. What's the motive this time? And then again, we got 5 Cream.
I am glad that they did not feel compelled to say that Randy recorded another tape.
Oh, that would have been
okay.
Oh, God.
5 years later.
You survived the events of the trilogy. If I didn't make it through the third one, here's what happens.
Let me tell you about legacy sequels.
Yeah,
Tries to predict technology at that point, and he's way off.
Oh my god, that'd actually be funny. In the future, that'd be good.
Okay, shall we rate it?
Yeah.
Ben?
Yeah.
Ooh, 9, easy.
Yeah. 9. Yeah.
I'll go 8.5.
Yeah.
I'll go solid 8. I like this movie quite a bit.
Oh yeah.
I loved it.
Looking like, I still think 1 is my favorite, but 1, 2, and 4, like they're all great. They're all great.
You know, we did jump to the rating, and we really didn't talk at all about Charlie's friend, who's recording, live streaming.
Oh, who
stuff.
pronounces him being gay to save his life at the end?
Yeah.
It's just, I mean, if it helps.
If it okay, the I'm gay part, I was like, I don't know, but if it helps, I'm like, yeah, okay. Yes.
Very good.
So he is gay.
Yeah.
Because when he's getting stabbed, he says, "This is against the rules."
Yes.
Well, the only thing about him I did want to note really specifically is that I thought something was going to be done with his live streaming.
Oh yeah.
Because it's always on his head, and we find out that when he is recording, it's going live.
Yes.
And just that never really turned into anything. And I was kind of surprised that that's kind of like a device that's there that's never really utilized.
And it's like when you look at streaming today, like streaming in when it's come out 2011.
Yeah,
streaming was not what it was. Not even close. So I wonder if they had the idea of we're streaming it live, but they didn't really do any more research into it, because especially back then, like there was no like Twitch or like live streaming on YouTube.
Yeah, but we've seen plenty of movies like makeup technology bullshit. I just thought there was going to be something there where like they found out someone was about to get killed or someone was getting killed, or maybe
do the thing from like
just something was going to be done with it. But like the only thing that ever really happens is that for a period of time you're like, oh my god, his camera's facing the wrong direction.
That is the only. You're right. Yeah, they don't really do anything with that. That's true.
It just surprised me considering it's on his head the whole movie.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there you go. That's
4 down.
That's Scream 3 and 4. So we've done 1, 2, 3, and 4. Next will be 5 Cream. That will not be an episode. That'll be a special. So stay tuned. But if you guys are, you can find all of them together. You'll be able to find them very easily. But 5 Cream will not be next week as an episode, because that will be Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania.
Yeah, but it's all happening. I'm really excited for Ben to be fully caught up and get to the 5 Cream.
Ben, honestly, if you like Scre4m that this much, I think you are gonna adore 5 Cream.
I have a feeling that after the Scream 4 or the Scre4m, Scream 5, or as we've been calling it, 5 Cream,
that's what it's called.
It may be my new favorite Scream movie. I don't know. I didn't think I was
gonna. What you like about this movie? I think you will doubly like the next movie.
Well, I can't wait.
Oh, I'm sorry. One last thing. Sydney has one of the best lines in the entire Scream franchise in this movie, and it's like you forgot the first rule about reboots.
Oh yeah.
Don't F with the original. Incredibly good line.
It's true.
Sorry, we're done.
That's okay. That's that though. So why don't we go into our book club?
Sounds good.
And it's your book club, so take it away.
Hello, it's me, Ryan, and I like comic books. Speaking of comic books, let's talk about this one, written by Zeb Wells, drawn by Dylan Burnett, colored by Mike Spicer, and lettered by VC's Corey Petit. We're talking about Ant-Man, baby. Scott Lang and his wonderful daughter, Cassie. I wanted to pick an Ant-Man book, and there have been a plethora of Ant-Man books coming out recently, but I just wanted to focus on Scott and Cassie, because that's who our Ant-Man is. I'm sorry, old man Hank. Go kill some more people in a What If episode. We're going to talk about WorldHive. I believe that's what this is. Is it wrong, Brandon? Am I wrong about Hank Pym killing people in What If?
No, it's just funny. Both Sparks and I smirked. I don't know why I'm being picked on.
No, I'm not picking on you. You're the person I saw. So yeah, we're talking about, first of all, Zeb Wells, one of my favorite comic writers. That dude, realizing now this dude's been writing like X-Men comics like from 10 years ago. He wrote New Mutants like in the early 2010s. So like I've loved this.
I'm sorry, I'll be back.
Sure. So Scott Lang, Cassie, they're having a Florida Everglades adventure on a Friday night. They should stay small, but they want to get big. And I think this book, it's not going to win any awards, but this is a damn fun comic book. And the thing that Zeb Wells gets right more than a lot of other writers is just character. And just like really great character dynamics, really great. He's great with puns. Oh my gosh. Like I never thought I would care. It's weird to say care, but like having a Nazi B-man as one of your characters in this is like, I shouldn't like the joke is that like he's a Nazi, but it's like really funny. And Scott's entire thing of like, this guy wants to be my best friend and I refuse to be friends with a Nazi, I think is really funny. I think Cassie's great. This got me really pumped for Quantumania.
Oh yeah, this definitely got me pumped for Quantumania. Also, I just love how there is such a thing called bug speak in this book.
Yeah.
Like I love how there's a thing called bug speak, and even what we do when we are introduced to Swarm, and Scott is talking about Swarm, he's like, "Yeah, I know. Of course, I know all this because I'm sorry." He pulls up the Avengers database on his helmet
because I'm smart.
That's how he knows.
I legitimately think Zeb Wells is like one of the funniest comedic writers in comics, at least.
The humor in this is top tier.
I'm glad.
I really enjoy it.
I took way too many pictures because every page is like that made me laugh.
Yeah. I also think the art's exceptional.
Yeah.
I think the art's really, really pretty, lovely to look at, very stylish in its way. Whether it's the designs on the bug creatures or whether it's the designs on Cassie and Scott, I think they really pop and stand out. I actually love this design for Black Cat. Like the art for her in here is really, really great. Taking her outfit and like dumbing down the misogyny of it is really cool.
Yeah, I think Dylan Burnett is an exceptional artist, and his facial expressions, especially these characters like are wearing masks a lot of the time, and they're bug people. His facial expressions are top notch. Like you always know, like if somebody's like is angry, you know they're angry or excited. They got an excited face, like top notch stuff. And like I honestly, I love this comic, but the thing that I think I enjoyed the most was the recap pages at the beginning of each issue.
So good.
Pam Ant and the elephant wasps. Love it.
Okay,
my
my two favorites, because I took the pictures, was Aunt Chudley and the Big B when they're both dead.
Ghosts.
And they're just doing the recap section and they're like, where do bugs go when die? That was really good. And then the elephant moths who are like, this isn't really our thing. You should have read the previous issues.
I love, like Pam, like being a character people care about. And like, oh my gosh, so Scott's living in an anthill because he's broke. And then that anthill gets like destroyed, and I cared about it.
Yeah.
I actually cared about it, and I cared about Pam. And I was like, wow, that's the power of storytelling, that I care about an ant who can't even speak proper English.
The part where Pam, because you brought it up, the part where Pam says like, you are the last ant of this dirt. Like that idea. I have that too. That idea being really,
you
really
last
good.
Ant of our dirt now, and she just dies on his finger, and he's like, I'm not okay.
That's and he says that like on the next page, he's just like, I'm not okay.
I love Cassie's just like constant, like she wants approval of her dad, but she wants to be her own person, and she looks up to her dad, but he's sometimes really dumb. It's a great dynamic, and I love. We have characters like Iron Man and like Reed Richards who are like the smartest people on the planet. Scott's just a dude. He's a dude who stole a suit. That's who he is. He's not a genius. He's a dad. And I just love when people just get to be people while also being superheroes. Brandon, how'd you feel about Ant-Man?
I think this is one of the best books that you've picked that I've read.
I'm very happy to hear that.
I thought this was excellent. This was incredibly funny. I
Yeah.
love the WorldHive concept. I love the villains. I think they're really great. Every
Oh, yeah.
single time Nazi Beekeeper was on the screen, it was hilarious.
Yeah.
See you later, best buddy. We're not buddies.
Yeah, 100%. I was saying that when you were gone. Yeah, I love the hate on Nazi Beekeeper.
I thought this was excellent. I thoroughly adored this. The Spider-Man Black Cat issue is a lot of fun. Thraximus, or whatever his name is, Macrothrax, such a cool villain.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys were talking about Pam Ant when I came back. She was great. I love the recap of her telling the story to Ant-Man. It's like I was, basically she was just saying I was screaming and then I couldn't scream anymore.
Oh yeah, my scream could not overcome the death smell.
Oh my god, yes, my scream smell wasn't good enough. That's like you're writing in like dumb English and it's still making me like emotional. Like I can't believe that. Like, it's truly incredible. The giant kaiju battle at the end, like Ant-Man just gets like covered in a bunch of ants or like a bunch of bugs, like just nonsense.
Yeah, gifted from the Bug Lord because it's like you care. I know you cared about your ant.
yeah. That guy, like Vesperoid or whatever, cared about Pam too.
I took one picture. I took one picture of a page that really was so funny to me. It's when the giant bee is plugging the hole, in the cave, and bee body feel bad, and he explodes. And Nazi Beekeeper is like, they've breached the bee. No shit, they've breached the bee.
Yeah.
God,
it's so sad that big bee explodes.
But like the line, because it's so sad that the big bee explodes, and at first I'm really funny. But the line, they've breached the bee, is one of the funniest lines I've ever read in my life.
Yeah, for sure.
So now you guys have met Scre4m in a comic because he doesn't show up a lot. This is who a lot of people thought that Beekeeper in WandaVision was.
Oh,
for no reason, just because beekeepers. How many beekeepers are there? I love Cassie in this. I think she is just she's a great young character.
Yeah, I want to spotlight one of my favorite gags, which is this little section where she's like, "Mom, I got an invitation to be on the Avengers."
Oh yeah.
Oh wow, Cassie, that's incredible. West Coast. Oh yeah, that's a no.
Hell no.
Her facial animation, she's like, West Coast.
Oh yeah, that is fantastic. Yeah. I have at the end when she's fighting the big guy and Cassie is like out of breath just saying nonsense. She's like, yeah, you're about to leaving your mouth out on my foot, and he's like, I don't know what that means. He's like, I'm still kicking your ass.
Right. Yeah.
Like she's just a fun teenager, like trying to be tough and be cool and just saying dumb stuff, and goes like, what are you even saying?
And then on top of that, like Macrothrax just not really understanding English, so he's like, I don't know, these words mean nothing to me.
Yeah. I love it.
Control your young.
And like this is an incredibly funny book, and then it happens to have a beautiful final page of like Scott just like save the world, but he doesn't view it that way. But Cassie saw what happened. She's like, yeah, I saw you. And Scott's like, yeah, and I saw you. And it just ends with them looking into the sunset together. They just both save the world. And I'm like, fuck, give me a break.
It's really good.
Like this is what comics are about. You can be funny, you can be dramatic, you can have ant monsters and like bug people and Nazi man. Like it's just pure fun.
In the beginning, when Giant Man has the aim and is like, can you put us down? What? You're just really expressive with your hands, and I don't want to throw up in my helmet.
Oh, sorry.
Like, I mean, like you get it.
And then
you get it.
Guys, who cares? Love it. God's too good to these people. I love it. Yeah.
Yeah, you're just really expressive with your hands.
Hank Pym is a character I never really care for. One, because I already had a smart science man in Tony Stark and Reed Richards, right? And Hank Pym is he made Ultron, but like he's fine. He's cool. Like growing is cool. Having a regular dude be a superhero is such a more fun concept to me. Especially with Ant-Man. He's just a dude who grows, and like again, he's not particularly smart. He's just a dude trying to do the right thing. And I just find that endlessly compelling. He's just a dude who like he has his helmet and he has to fight a bug lord in the savage land where dinosaurs live. Like it's just magical.
We demand justice. Bug justice. So bug justice is just that they eat him.
Yes. Yeah, great. I'm so thrilled everyone loved this book. I'm again, like we all like the Ant-Man movies. I've come to really love Scott Lang and there's Eric O'Grady, who's Black Ant, who's like the evil Ant-Man, but he's funny. I really like the new school Ant-Man characters. They're great.
I talked about how colorful, bright, and fun a lot of the art is and everything, but I also wanted to spotlight the horror of when they find in the Spider-Man Black Cat issue who they're looking for. If you notice the position of their feet, that means their upper torso is turned around the wrong way.
Yes.
And I'm like, God, that's so horrifying.
Yeah. This book manages to be like, sweet, horrifying, funny, dramatic.
Another great page is an easy one to spotlight for the visual on the video. Is the part where Macrothrax is like, I'll share with you my bug speak vision. He's like, oh well, that seems fair.
Incredible. At the very beginning, he's like, they hire Scott to go find bees that are missing. So he's just like, I could talk to bees. Bees. And then a little bee comes and he's like, Scout Bee here, what's up?
Yeah, right.
This is just bees. And this is the panel of the bee. Like, I love it.
Yeah.
Great stuff.
I really like this one.
A last note, like one of my favorite full pages is him on the phone with Tony and the way that whole thing goes. And he's like, who are you to criticize how close we are? Oh, you mean physically close?
Yes.
My bad.
Because he's like, I swore I wasn't going to say this, but you know what? We're all talking about it. You were better when you were drinking. Oh, what do you mean?
That's so rude.
Oh, you're physically close. Oh,
God.
And then he teleports in. He's like, "Hey, Tony, sorry about the words."
God.
You're all eating. We can wait for you to finish. And Blade's like, yeah, you're gonna wait for us to finish.
Blade has one line and it made me laugh. And I'm like, great. Yeah, Zeb Wells, guys. He's also like writing like Marvel stuff, like Marvel movies and TV shows. So like this guy, he's got it. This guy's got it.
Ben, any other thoughts on this one? I know we kind of dominated the conversation for a second there.
No, it's really great. I love a lot of stuff about this book. This book is fantastic. It's got me even more hyped for Quantumania. Honestly, I just love the scene with one of the Bug Lords, this decapitated head, and he's talking to Scott, and he's like, he's like this whole grand thing, and Scott's just like, I'm very uncomfortable now.
Yeah.
Also the scene with like Black Cat and Scott, and then like Spider-Man is there. It's like, stop touching, stop doing this. And then Scott, of course, it's all going over his head. And Cassie's like, dude, Black Cat was into you.
Spider-Man was jealous.
Yeah, he was. Hey, she likes bug people. Like,
but it's a really good moment for Cassie and Scott because like he's like, Spider-Man was jealous of my dad.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's the stuff I'm really excited about. Like, about Ant-Man and Quantumania, because like little Cassie is so great, and I am so sad that she's gone, but like having this older superhero teenage daughter is a dynamic that I'm so excited to see. And like this is probably the last time that these two might be together in a movie. Like I'm not like maybe like an Endgame and stuff, but like this being the final Ant-Man movie, probably. Like I'm glad it is them being superheroes together because it's just a great dynamic. And she's been a superhero for like 20 years now. So it's like, let her grow up. She was a young Avenger 20 years ago.
All right. Anything else?
Nope.
Cool.
Ant-Man, baby.
All right. So it looks really weird when you guys phase out like that.
Phase 4 back in.
All right, so it's my book club next week. Look, guys, for Star Trek Picard has never sent out viewing screeners for people to review because the seasons have been terrible. They sent out 6 episodes to all the critics, which is a lot of episodes. That's more than half of the series. Mm-hmm. So like, if everyone's saying it's really good, I'm really excited. So I really want to do a Star Trek book. Mm-hmm. I think I've done 2, maybe one or 2 Star Trek books before, and so it's really tricky for me because, like, 2 of us haven't really engaged with Star Trek in any big way, and 2 of us have. So I decided
the word meaningful.
I did, but I didn't want to. It was definitely coming out, but I didn't want to.
Strange New Worlds was meaningful to me,
and I'm really happy about that. It's a great one.
My top 15.
So I thought really long and hard. There's a bunch of Kelvin books. We've all seen the Star Trek Kelvin movie, Star Trek Into Darkness and Star Trek Beyond. Well, this is that. So I was like, well, let's give this one a shot. So we're going to do Star Trek Manifest Destiny by Mike Johnson and Ryan Parrott. with art by Angel Hernandez.
Oh yeah.
So, Star Trek Manifest Destiny.
When like does it take place between movies or like what is it like? Well, what's the time period?
I don't know, but if the Enterprise is in it, it's not after Beyond.
Okay, so it might be in between movies. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Oh, it's the Enterprise, so it's before Beyond.
Gotcha. Cool.
But it came out after Beyond, so take that how you will. Cool. That'll do it, guys. Next time you see us, there will be an episode of Mike Matola talking about Phase 4. Probably 5 will be around the time next time you see us. So stay tuned for that one. And of course, the next episode will be Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantum Mania. Look, it's 2 weeks. There's a week and then a week after.
Sure. Ants.
Yes. Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantum Mania will be our next episode. Stay tuned for that.
Starting Phase 5.
Here we go. I was surprised we didn't get a Secret Invasion trailer with the Super Bowl.
Ooh, that
was.
rumor was so hard. People were like, "Oh yeah, I'm ready for it." I'm like, no. Yeah.
Okay, well that's it, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Of course, if you like this video and you subscribe to this channel, you can check out all sorts of other shows, such as Fake Nerds Watch. We're currently going through The Last of Us and upcoming Star Trek Picard Season 3. That means all 3 of the 4 Fake Nerds will be on Fake Nerds Watches. So Ben, find a Fake Nerds Watch to do.
It's like,
just come join The Last of Us.
Yeah, just
Ben.
watch hey, you want to watch Andor, like an Andor quality show? It's happening weekly.
Brandon has some Star Trek excuse for why he's not watching Last of Us. What's your excuse?
That's true. I have a good excuse.
Come back.
Yeah,
run.
Ben just bolts. All right. That's good. Look at that.
That's pretty good.
All right. Of course, you can check out Basement Arcade, which is a video game Let's Play series. Basement Arcade Pause Mini, our video game discussion series. New episodes coming soon. Fake Nerd Book Club and Animation Station are also shows you can check out on this channel. Again, like this video, subscribe to this channel. And linked below, you can check out our Patreon and our TeePublic if you'd like to support us financially. We'd really appreciate it. We'd like to do a lot of things on this, and it would help us somewhat paid us to do them. But of course, that is not the main reason why we do this. So thank you to everyone who supports us by just watching, by just listening. That's at the end of the day, frankly enough. You can check out the links below or on our website at fakenerdpodcast.com, which is the landing page for literally everything, including the Fake Nerds Watch audio feed, which is new. You can check that out. It's awesome. Go subscribe to it. It's really cool. It's just Fake Nerds Watch, but audio. All of that linked below. Let's check out the chat before we finish this up.
First off, there's Max says, can't wait to check out Ant-Man and Wasp Quantumania. Happy Valentine's, gang. Take care. And later.
Thank you, Max.
And of course,
good night.
And of course, Grayson as well, saying thanks so much for the company and the updates. Have a great night.
Good night to you, sir.
We've had 3 concurrent viewers this entire episode. That's never happened. We're making millions.
That's true. I'll deposit it in your bank account tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thank you to everyone who listens. Thank you to everyone who watches the live show. Thank you to everyone who watches the replay. We greatly appreciate all of your support. Thank you to Jeremy Vellucci for all the music you heard here tonight. You can find him at Jeremy Vellucci Keyboards. Jeremy Vellucci _Wreck of Time on Instagram. And of course, his podcast, Suburban Proctologist Official on Facebook. Subproc Podcast on Instagram. Of course, you can find it on iTunes. He did all the music you heard here tonight and the music for every single one of our shows. Thank you so much to him. And of course, Mike Matola. Mike Matola, you're getting a new Mike Matola episode coming soon. Get excited. It's a fun one. We had a good time. We love him. He's collaborated with us on a bunch of things. Go check him out. Mike Matola on Instagram and TikTok. You can find us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, all at Fake Nerd Podcast, fakenerdguys@gmail.com. If you'd like to get in touch with us personally, you can find me eagerly, painfully anticipating the Season 3 drop of Star Trek Picard. Also at BC McClure on Instagram and Twitter. You can check out my writing at CBR.com, AtomicGeekdom.com, and KaijuRamenMedia.com. Ben.
You can find me still being a member of the Raider Nation, Go Raiders, at BenMecca27, Instagram and Twitter, as well as TikTok. And Ryan, what are you doing?
What's Super Bowl? They're not even. What's going on here?
I know that we haven't been to the Super Bowl years, but I'm still a fan and I still have hope. Okay, let me have this one thing.
You can have it.
Anyways,
Ben,
BenMecca27.
tell us a lot about what you love about the Raiders. Brandon, mute him now.
That was a close one.
All right, Ben. Where can people
He did that
find your
himself.
writings?
You have done that yourself.
You have done that, Yosa. You can find me at BenMag27, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok. You can also find me writing for Old School Gamer Magazine, Fusion Gaming Magazine, and GoNintendo.com, as well as playing Mary Frankenstein in D & Dark. Link is down in the description below.
Ryan?
You can find me being a big old ugly face on a tiny body, being a machine organism designed only for killing in Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania at DJ Tony Snark 616.
Sparks.
You can find me getting all creamy with anticipation for when we're going to talk about more Ghostface in 5Cream at Sparks Witty on Instagram and Twitter, SPRKZ Witty.
5 of them. 5
Gotta
creams.
give everybody a delicious image to end the night on.
5 whole creams.
Creamy. All right. Subscribe to us on iTunes, Stitcher, Google Play, TuneIn, Spotify, iHeartRadio, Amazon Music and Podcast, and Pandora. Rate and review wherever you get us. We greatly appreciate it. Until next time you see us, guys, stay fake nerds.